Moment. I now call to order this special meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Wednesday, January 19, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Strong, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Dunbar, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Welcome to everyone, and thank you for joining this meeting tonight, whether in person or via the live stream. Since this is a special meeting, there are no laid-on-the-table items to be introduced for action. However, we do have 4 supplemental items that need to be read into the record. So I will go ahead and read those into the record, and then we will need a motion to incorporate these laid-on-the-table items into the agenda. Supplemental items 5B2, ordinance number AO 2022-3S, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Mountain Park, Robin Hill Rural Road Service area at the regular municipal election on April 5, 2022, a ballot proposition to provide a maximum mill levy of 1.80 mills for the Mountain Park, Robin Hill RRSA for year-round road maintenance services and to amend Anchorage Municipal Code Section 27.30.360, retroactive to January 1, 2022. Accompanied by 5B3, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 8-2022A. The second supplemental item will be 5E2 and also 5G4. Information Memorandum Number AIM 20-2022, Turnagain Community Council Resolution recommending inclusion of West Anchorage projects in proposed 2022 municipal capital improvement bonds. Assembly Members Quinn Davidson and Perez-Verdia. Next is item 5K2, and it will also be 5L2. Information Memorandum Number AIM 21-2022, Birchwood Community Council Resolution opposing Assembly Ordinance 2022-14 and Assembly Ordinance 2022-18, Assembly Chair LaFrance. The final supplemental item will be 5L3, AO 2022-18S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the Birchwood, Chugiak, Eagle River, Eklutna, and Peters Creek area at the regular municipal election on April 5, 2022, an advisory ballot proposition on whether the area should research and study the potential to detach from the municipality of Anchorage and establish a separate local government unit. Assembly Members Kennedy and Allard. I will also note, because AIM 5-2022, which is listed on the agenda as item 5F2, is also relevant to item 5G. I'm directing the clerk to also add it as a supplemental item to 5G. It will be item 5G5. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the laid on the table items as printed and distributed into the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the laid on the table items have been incorporated into tonight's special meeting agenda. A couple quick notes before we get started. There are 16 items on the agenda that are set for public hearing tonight. Most of these are for bonds and ballot propositions for the April 5, 2022 regular election. It's my intent to move us through the entire agenda tonight. For those who are here to testify, please keep your comments focused on the item under consideration. Also, it's helpful if you comment on specific aspects of the item and include any suggestions for amendments. A quick word on legislative drafting marks. New language that is being proposed to existing code or charter language is generally underlined. It may also be in bold. Deletions are indicated by brackets, strike-throughs, and may also be in bold. I know there's at least one AO that has the legislative key written on the document for your reference. And then to members, when we get to debate, please do be succinct and keep in mind the rule of speaking no more than twice. After the mover speaks, I may ask members with questions to put themselves in the queue first, followed by member comments. We'll see how it goes. Again, it's my intent to keep the process moving tonight. So with that, let's return to an item that we had closed the public hearing on last Tuesday. This is item 4A. And again, this is not a public hearing item. The public hearing was closed and action was postponed from the meeting of January 11, 2022. Mr. Constant? Oh, I'm sorry, were you in the queue?
Once we're on the item.
Okay, once we're on the item, got it. So we're on item 4A, ordinance number AO 2021-117 as amended, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 2.30, Rules of Procedure for Assembly to codify additional rules of procedure for the Assembly and presiding officer to promote the efficient, safe, and orderly conduct of Assembly business. Public hearing was closed, 1/11/2022. Mr. Constant moved to approve, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Amended, action postponed from the last meeting. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I have an amendment on the floor, and at this time I would like to withdraw my amendment and come back to that question on a separate piece of legislation, and let's proceed with the item before us. I concur.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Middleton. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Since we are back on the main motion, I would like to move Rivera Amendment number 11.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson, I believe. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So after the public hearing on the items, I actually started on this item. I actually started reading a book by an author and former Assembly member in Haines of Bears and Ballots. Several Assembly members actually got this book for Christmas, I think. In the book, the author talks about the power of silence and how the Haynesboro Assembly dealt with a single member who wanted to silently protest. It actually reminded me a lot of my years as a musician playing in an orchestra and how silence is sometimes used by composers to jolt the audience and make them think. So, I'd like this body to be able to listen to the power in silence, but don't want to hold this body and the public hostage to endless silent protest when what we need the most is for people to voice their concerns, support, and ideas of the topic before us. So I'd like to give the chair the discretion to allow one individual per public hearing the ability to use their full 3 minutes for silent protest. Every other silent process after the first one would be subject to the other provisions of this section, which would, as a reminder, basically ask them to sort of move aside and allow other people to testify. So I think this is simple, chair's discretion, one person. I don't think this should be too much of a heartache for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I think we had an amendment. Yeah, we had amendment, it's Weddleton Amendment number 3 at last meeting that did pass, that dealt with this. So the change would need to be that amendment, though I think that amendment was probably got us in a better place than this one does.
I don't have that amendment before me, so I would need that to be passed around before I gave any further comment.
Well, I guess we could wait, or do you want me to continue on comments on this, or?
Perhaps Mr. Gates might be able to address how this amendment fits with the prior amendment that was passed regarding silent protest, or I'm fine if we want to wait and come back. Either way, Mr. Weddleton. So
Madam Chair, if Mr. Weddleton's speaking, we can't hear him on the phone. I'm not sure if it's something with the mic.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. You want to just do a test here, Mr. Weddleton?
Can you hear me, Austin?
Yep, sure can. Thanks, John.
I think you heard me not speaking.
I'll go ahead and move through the queue unless Mr. Weddleton, you want to explain what your amendment did. But I think they're in the packet here. Actually,
I can explain it. We can wait till it's handed out, or?
go ahead, Mr. Weddleton, if you want to explain it.
The one that passed at our previous meeting leads to it reading, an individual may use a portion of their allocated time to engage in silent protest, but while doing so must not prevent or delay other members of the public from providing testimony while the individual's silent protest continues. And, fear I have with one, like Ms. Rivera put forward, is how would you enforce it? If someone came up and said, okay, was silent, okay, well, they got their shot, and someone else later wants to do it. I mean, what do you do? I mean, it's just a hard thing to enforce. And I would like to, while I have a moment of comment on this, to anyone listening who would come to us to speak and stand in silence, it is absolutely ineffective. No information is departed. It gives me a chance to catch up on the work for later in the meeting. So if it becomes a habit for people, it's a gift for us, and it's unfortunate for the public who has to wait.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'll go ahead and move through the queue. And I just want to note that it's on page 29, the original amendment that was passed that you brought forward, Mr. Weddleton. So next is Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding of the amendment that we passed that John is referring to says that if you choose to use your 3 minutes for silent protest, that's fine. If you choose to do a silent protest, it just can't interfere with other people protesting. That's my understanding of what we passed. That does not sound, I'm seeing that's not correct. My concern, well then, that's a different issue. Then this one appears to actually further restrict someone's choice of what they choose to do if they're in their 3 minutes. If there's only one person that's allowed to use their 3 minutes for silent protest, and then others who choose to do that would not be able to use their 3 minutes. They would have to stand aside and allow others to speak while they protest. So I guess I want to go back, and I saw a couple of nods. Mr. Weddleton, is that not correct? The amendment that you brought forward would allow people to use their 3 minutes for silent protest as long as their silent protest did not interfere with others.
Yeah, and that, yeah, that was the intent. I mean, so anyway, because I don't know how you would stop someone from going up there and standing up quietly. And if you said, well, what is silence? I mean, they could speak for a moment. Hello, my name is so-and-so, and stop speaking. And then the minute you go, well, you're in silent protest, you can't, we already had one, they can say, oh, okay, hello, now they're not silent again. I mean, it's just, you could game it. So any aspect that we do on this is really, it would just be unenforceable. And my intent on mine is that should this become a popular thing to just come up and stand silently, I would put 2 podiums out there. And one person's silent, you invite someone else up to speak. I mean, you can certainly game that and 2 people could come up and be silent, but at some point people would realize it's just silly. But that was my thinking on this. And there are some assemblies that have 2 podiums, you have one or the other in this world, and maybe that's why.
Thank you. Well, I would just close my comments by saying that this feels more restrictive than what I think is necessary. I think that we just need to allow people to use their 3 minutes for what they want to use it for. And if someone is doing something to disrupt other people's testimony, then we should have the power to be able to restrict them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Next is Mr. Weddleton, then Mr. Rivera, then Ms. Allard, then Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate what the maker of this amendment is trying to do. I don't think I can support it. So it's very important that we have content-neutral rules for public testimony. You know, is it warbling? So the First Amendment kind of reverberates in interesting ways in a legislative body like this. We can set our own rules for taking public testimony. We can restrict our own members in the way that we discuss things if it's consistent with content-neutral rules. It happens in legislative bodies all over the country. I think a prohibition on silent protests, or not a prohibition, but some limits on that, I think only works if it is clearly content neutral and applies across the board. And what I'm worried about this amendment is that it has the word discretion of the chair in there. And while I don't believe the chair would use this in a targeted fashion, I think just the perception that it could be used in that way leaves this body open to a challenge that I think is inappropriate. And frankly, I think it's a power I don't think the chair even wants. For that reason, I'll be opposing this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera?
Actually, Madam Chair, I'd like to go after other folks speak, please. Thanks.
Sure, we'll come back to you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to say that the role of government is for us to defend the Constitution and the First Amendment. It's not to further eliminate the public's process and able to speak freely. I'd also like to add that, I think we're restricting it too much. Then I would like to add that a person's 3 minutes is their 3 minutes. And to have someone come up and testify and speak while someone is next to them at a different podium silently protesting is not the way we should be doing it. Those individuals who have decided to use their 3 minutes to silently protest at the assembly should be respected. And it would be the same thought process if you put 2 people standing next to each other both speaking at the same time. Just because one's not speaking doesn't mean we shouldn't respect that individual. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like I spoke previously on some of these amendments, I think that trying to amend this ordinance to anticipate every instance that may come up is not the way to go. This ordinance, in my opinion, needs to be passed. We can always bring back and refine sections after they've been put into order. I think the underlying ordinance is in pretty good shape and will accomplish a lot of the sponsor's intentions. So I would hope that we can move through, I'll be voting no on many of these amendments so we can move through quickly and hopefully pass the underlying ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to clarify a little bit about the intent of this amendment and the reason that I crafted it in such a way. So I think, as was described earlier, Weddleton's amendment does set some limit and boundaries on how silent protest is going to be dealt with in these chambers. My amendment carves out the ability to do for one individual, right, the first individual, first come, first serve, to do what they would like with their 3 minutes in silent protest. So in my opinion, I think it adds something. It does not detract or restrict. The reason that I crafted it with chair's discretion is I thought the body would prefer that versus what I was originally thinking, which was a shall. So that was the rationale for that. I mean, either way, if this passes or not, it is not a huge deal for me, but I will be voting yes for this because I do think that it adds something. It adds the ability for someone to meaningfully, even though some members don't appreciate it, meaningfully silently protest, and I think we should be able to keep that in some form. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Rivera Amendment number 11.
Ms. Allard? Ms. Allard? Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Zalatel?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Ms. Allard, I'm going to come back to you one more
No.
time. Thank you.
No.
The amendment fails 2-9. We are now back to the main motion as amended. Mr. Constant?
No.
Madam Chair, on behalf of you, I'll be moving LaFrance Amendment number 10. If you go to your packets, it's just a clerical amendment. It adds a section 12 under meeting agenda. We realized sometime, I moved to amend.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. The purpose is to add a new section on the agenda for items that are unfinished, that are quasi-judicial or public hearing or administrative matters, special orders. We realized that we had an item for continued public hearings, but we have now 2 sections under the lower agenda, the 14s and the 15s, and so we need a parallel section, so that's 11s and 12s.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on LaFrance Amendment number 10.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-1. We're back on the main motion. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move Weddleton number, I don't know what it is. It looks like Mr. Gates is handing it out. I don't have a copy yet. Want me to start talking on it?
Sure, and we'll come back for a second, I guess. Or was
I'm
it
sorry.
seconded?
Oh, I'm not aware.
Second for purposes of discussion.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
This fixes something I was concerned about, where twice in the document it says the chair can extend the time for remarks for beyond 3 minutes for people, a speaker representing a group. And well, I think on the face of that, that's not unreasonable, but it's also something that could be lead to problems because we don't have a definition of a group. And a group could be me and my 2 neighbors have a problem. And that's pretty much everyone could claim to be part of a group and legitimately when they come up to speak. I think many people come up to speak feel like they represent far more than just themselves. So I think there's great risk in having that in there. So I started out thinking, well, we should just delete that. But then I realized there are some times when, it is appropriate, necessary, and a little more constrained. So if you look at this, this is actually a 2-part amendment. So part 1 talks to the point where you have an appearance request. And in cases where the chair allows an appearance request, may also determine that that could go for more than 3 minutes. An example is we have the Parks Foundation comes in about every year and tells us what the projects they did for the youth employment in parks. And they go through all the students. And so cumulatively, each person who comes up to speak is quite short, but it can be 10 minutes. So this just says for those very infrequent things where there's an appearance request, then the chair could extend the 3 minutes. Then the other location where it discussed allowing 3 minutes for a group was in the section that talks about where community councils get 5 villages, Native Village of Eklutna gets 5 minutes. And this changes a bit where instead of representing a group, it's where it warrants special accommodations. And I just think back, over the years, and I remember there was a woman who was blind who came up and spoke, and she had a little device that was Braille, and she had left her notes on that device, and she was reading them with her fingers. It was incredible, really. I mean, she was very articulate, and she followed her notes, I guess, but it was a little bit slower. And I think in a case like that, you say, okay, well, this is someone very legitimately just can't do what you and I would do in 3 minutes. They can't do it in 3 minutes. And you might have, sometimes we have some folks who are more elderly come up and they just speak softly and slowly. And those would be occasions where I think people would accept that we would allow another minute or something. So this would just allow this, and again, just with the chair's discretion. So it removes a problem and adds 2 things that I think we've experienced. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wedelson. So I'll go through the queue. First is Ms. Zelatel, and then Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last bit of Mr. Weddleton's comments cut out, but I want to speak to the second part of his amendment. I appreciate what Mr. Weddleton is trying to do. I don't think putting this in code in this manner is the right way to do it. I think it actually is subject to potential abuse where there's a prescribed process to request an ADA accommodation or an Americans with Disabilities Act accommodation, or under the state or local versions of code that also provide for that. And because these are appearance requests, these require forms to be filled out by the requester. And the second page of an appearance request form actually has the code provision, but there would be nothing that would prohibit us from indicating the right to request an accommodation. The clerk's office has to handle requests for accommodations a lot of times, and then that accommodation can be already built into the flow of the meeting, and that accommodation may not always be extra time. And by simply limiting it to extra time, I feel like we're limiting the possibilities of what someone may need to request. So while I appreciate it, I can't support it because I think we need to utilize kind of this other system that I know exists for requesting accommodation if someone needs one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I also will be opposing this amendment. I like the original language. From my experience, I think it has actually worked quite well, and the changes that are being proposed in this ordinance, I think, do help to clarify and streamline things. In my perspective, I think the amendment is a little bit too limiting, and on groups, and on the opposite side, I think it gives the chair perhaps a little bit too much discretion. I really like the original language. I think it works well, and I think it does what it's intended to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment Number 12.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Zolotow?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The amendment fails 4-7. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-117 as amended.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 9-2. We are now on items of business public hearings. The first one is item 5A, resolution number AR 2021-393, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant from the Department of Homeland Security when tendered in the amount of $1,687,687 and appropriating a match contribution from the Port of Alaska Operating Fund net position in the amount of $560,563, all to the Port of Alaska Capital Improvements Project Fund 570 for the Port Security Program at the Port of Alaska, amending the 2021 Capital Improvement Budget, Capital Improvement Program, SIP. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve resolution number AR 2021-393.
Ms. Allard? Ms. Allard? Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. In case tonight goes long, I'm going to, because this is an item held over that needed action a week ago, I'm going to move to reconsider and urge a no vote. So we can dispense with this item.
I'll second that motion.
A motion for immediate reconsideration of AR 2021-393 has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera, with a no vote urged by Mr. Constant. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to immediately reconsider item 5A.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Zolotow?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The motion to reconsider fails 0-11. The next four items, 5B, 5C, 5D, and 5E, pertain to road service areas in District 6. Mr. Weddleton, did you want to speak to those before we open the first public hearing?
Well, yeah, we could. I kind of worked on these a little bit, and actually the The one 5C, I would just recommend we not make a motion on. We got an email regarding the person requesting the action withdrew his request, but the others could move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
I'm sorry, we can't hear Mr. Weddleton again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I
It
repeat?
sounds like it's a mic issue. It's coming in and out.
No, it might be me. I'm spreading out too far from my mic, so here I am. These road service area items, I spent some work on talking to the various road service boards and so on. And on 5C, the individual developer who was interested in this annexation has decided prefers not to pursue that, and he emailed all of us that note. So I would just recommend on 5C, we can go through the public hearing, of course, but at that point, just let it not be moved. And the others, I think we'd go through our normal process.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I just want to point out for members of the public that there is an S version for 5B.
5C.
We now have before us item 5B, ordinance number AO 2022-3, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Mountain Park Robin Hill Rural Road Service Area at the regular municipal election on April 5, 2022, a ballot proposition to provide a maximum mill levy of 1.80 mills for the Mountain Park Robin Hill RRSA for year-round road maintenance services and to amend
Waive
acreage.
reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of the municipality in which you live or your community council. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Brian Heffler. I am the chair of the Mountain Park Robin Hill Rural Road Service Area Board of Supervisors, which is a big mouthful if you've ever tried to say it. I've been on the board for over 25 years, and I'm here to testify on behalf of ordinance number AO 2022-3S, which I understand has been laid on the table this evening. Mountain Park Robin Hill maintains about 7 miles of road of residential streets on the mid-hillside. We straddle Birch Road on either side, east and west, from Huffman Road on the north to DeArmond Road on the south. We have about 300 properties in our road service area. I would say at least 90, if not 95% of them have homes built on them, so we have quite a few residents in the area. Our current mill rate cap is 1.30, which it has been since the inception of Mountain Park Robin Hill back in 1984. That is almost 40 years now. That raises about $150,000 per year in tax revenue for our road service area. If all we did was road maintenance, we could continue at our current mill rate of 1.30. However, we believe the time has come to start improving our roads. The sentiment in our road service area has changed over time from leave the potholes there to grade them out to now fix them permanently, we believe. So the time is right to raise a little more money to begin some road improvements. Our board, who I'm representing here tonight, did pass a resolution unanimously asking the Assembly to place on the April ballot a proposition to raise our maximum mill rate from 1.30 to 1.80. Raising the cap would require a majority vote of our road service area. We estimate this change would raise about $57,000 per year. And again, we don't need these funds for additional maintenance. We need them to improve our roads. I do maintain a constituent email list, and I floated this idea out to them. The responses, albeit unscientific, ran about 2-to-1 in favor of placing the issue on the ballot for a vote. We did have a few folks ask us, and we originally talked about raising it to 2.0. A few people asked us to consider a lower increase. The board thought about that, and we did put forward 1.80. Excuse me. The cap of 1.80 would put us in the mainstream of the road service areas. We consider our peer road service area to be South Golden View. They do tax at a cap of 1.80. The other rural road service area in the municipality is Eagle River Chugiak, who has a cap of 1.92. So I see my time is up, so I'll leave it at that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if, if there are any. So,
Thank you for your testimony.
thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. The S version, I hope.
Yes.
The S version has been moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Mr. Weddleton?
I urge support.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-3S.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Item 5B passes 11-0. Next, we have item 5C, ordinance number AO 2022-5, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Mountain Park Estates Limited Road Service Area and Palatera Subdivision Addition 2, lots 1 through 11 at the regular municipal election on April 5, 2022, a ballot proposition to annex Palatera Subdivision Addition 2, lots 1 through 11 to the Mountain Park Estates LURSA and amend the Mountain Park Estates LURSA boundaries in Anchorage Municipal Code Section 27.30.700, effective retroactively as of January 1, 2022. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'm not intending to make a motion to approve, but I do want to ask quickly the department a clarifying question if there's no objection. The question would be to the department, is there any other interested party other than the individual who wrote to us interested in the annexation question, or was it definitively made by him? I asked him by email, but he did not reply.
I think we can go ahead with this. It might be slightly out of order to have these kinds of questions before we actually have a motion on the floor.
We don't need a motion if there's no other party. Mr. Weddleton asked that we not move
Right,
it.
not move. Yeah,
So
go
it's
ahead.
just a simple clarifying question.
Sure.
Is there anyone else at the table asking for this annexation?
I'm going to have to check with the department.
So maybe we continue on to the next item, and then if they have somebody who does have an interest other than this individual, then we can talk about potentially introducing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Yes, if a member wants to move this item and bring it back.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I think Mr. Constant and Mr. Weddleton maybe have similar speaking patterns. You can hear some of what he's saying, but we can hear everyone else clearly, I think. So, Mr. Constant, will you speak straight into the mic? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. We will all make an effort to speak straight into the mic. I know that others have mentioned, too, they're having difficulty hearing. We now have before us item 5D, ordinance number AO 2022-6, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Rabbit Creek View and Heights Limited Road Service Area, LURSA, at the regular municipal election on April 5, 2022, a ballot proposition to de-annex Rabbit Creek View and Heights Subdivision Block 5B, lots 4A, 5A, and 6A from the Rabbit Creek View and Heights LURSA, and amend the Rabbit Creek View and Heights LURSA boundaries in Anchorage.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body? Mr. Weddleton?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Mr. Weddleton, and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
So we have a package here. We have 5D and 5E, which actually go hand in hand. 5D would pull 3 properties out of Rabbit Creek View and Heights subdivision in Lursa. And then 5E would, and this would not, we wouldn't be doing this, we'll put it to the ballot. So a 2-part question here. And 5E would be to then annex them to the Bear Valley Lursa. In contacts with the board chairs, in 5D, de-annexing, there was not support for that. Their mill rate, I think, is 1.8 or something like that, might be higher. And 5E is 1, so it is a bit of a switch for 3 lots, get a little bit cheaper mill rate on their road service. And so that might be some of the incentive here, but...
and Mr. Weddleton, could you speak a little bit closer to the mic?
Yeah,
I'm still
sorry.
getting reports that you're
Okay.
hard to hear.
Yeah, I will mumble more directly into the mic, thank you. Okay, so, well, anyway, so 5D, talking to the chair of the board, was told it does not have the support of that road service area board. And to those who might not have heard, 5D and 5E are a package. So when it's on the ballot, if one fails, then they both fail. And I would say, I would urge putting it on the ballot, just because there is, let the voters in the area decide.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on item 5D, AO 2026-6.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 5E, ordinance number AO 2022-7, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Bear Valley Limited Road Service Area and Rabbit Creek View and Heights Subdivision, Block 5B, Lots 4A, 5A, and 6A, at the regular municipal election on April 5, 2022, a ballot proposition to annex Rabbit Creek View and Heights Subdivision, Block 5B, Lots 4A, 5A, and 6A, to the Bear Valley Lursa and amend the Bear Valley Lursa boundaries.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, having passed 5D, it would be folly to not pass 5E, so that should go on the ballot too.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-7.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Item 5E passes 11-0. Next, we have item 5F, ordinance number AO 2022-8, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $28,350,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of road and storm drainage capital improvements in the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of the muni in which you live, or your community council.
Hi, my name is Anna Brawley, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Turnagain Community Council tonight. And I'll be speaking to this and the next item, so I'll focus on the road and drainage projects for this one. So on January 13th, 2022, Turnagain Community Council passed our first resolution of the year, which you have a copy of, supporting inclusion of various West Anchorage projects in the 2022 municipal capital bonds for road and drainage and parks. So I won't read the full resolution, but I'll just add a few highlights. First is that our community council has consistently supported projects in West Anchorage and understands the importance of capital projects. As you know, we're one of several established neighborhoods in the city, so we have older roads, older infrastructure, and so those need maintenance and upgrade from time to time. We're also very concerned about safety for pedestrians, whether it's kids walking to school or biking, folks on the roads, just making sure that we're caring for all those users and upgrading roads that were not built with sidewalks, were not built with proper drainage and other safety issues. So one of those that we support is upgrades to Spenard Road. So that is, of course, not in our community council area, but is an important commercial corridor that runs through our area and is adjacent to our council, and something that our residents, many of them, use every day. So we do support inclusion of that. And then I also wanted to highlight a couple projects, one of which is a project in our area that we would recommend also including on the 2022 bond. One of them is the Lois Drive and 32nd Avenue upgrade. So that is in Spenard. That's something that Spenard Community Council supports. So we also support it being adjacent to that area, and many of our, again, residents use Lois Drive as a connection to our own neighborhood. Another one that we support, and one of our high priorities for many years, is the Turnagain Street upgrade, so between Northern Lights Boulevard to 35th Avenue. That project has been in the works for many years. The design for the project has been completed. It was actually completed at the same time as the southern portion, Turnagain Boulevard from 35th down to Spenard Road. The southern portion was completed a few years ago and has really improved the drainage and safety along that road. So the equivalent project for the northern portion is also proposed. We understand that it was not originally included for 2022, and there are some issues with neighbors to work through in terms of use of right-of-way and so on, but that would be a really big improvement for our neighborhood, and so we just would encourage you to consider adding it to the bond for 2022, as well as the Lois Drive project. And I believe that's it. I'll save the rest of the comments for the parks bonds.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello there. My name is... You okay? My name is Bronson Fry. I'm the business representative for the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, Local 1959. I also serve as an officer of the Building and Construction Trades Council of South Central Alaska. I'm here this evening to testify in support of each of these bonds. I think it is always a good investment to invest in yourself and your own infrastructure as a community. I think this is something that we can all agree on. It's thoroughly non-partisan to fix potholes and other sorts of issues, drainages, building maintenance and repair. In addition to it being just a wise investment generally speaking, it's no secret that the state of Alaska has some issues with funding. Our budgets, the capital budgets in particularly coming from the state, have been pretty small the last few years. And so anytime the city can step in and help fund these type of projects, it provides an opportunity for really high quality, good paying jobs that put a lot of people to work. And that's particularly important right now because we do see work on the horizon, which is good in the construction industry, but we have had a few slow years, and there's been an exodus of a lot of skilled labor and skilled workers. So the more opportunities the city has to put these type of jobs on the streets and keep our skilled workforce here in Alaska, it's really going to be an advantage to us as a community moving forwards. And so I would strongly encourage and support these bonds. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of the community in which you live, or your community council.
Hi, good evening. I live in Eagle River. My name is Brandon Calcaterra, and I'm the president and assistant business manager of Laborers Local 341. We represent over 2,000 members in South Central Alaska, with the majority of them living in the Anchorage area. We fully support the bonds package here tonight, the S version. And just like my brother before me, Brother Bronson Fry, we've, as laborers, our construction industry has seen year-over-year decline in hours. And so with the training, state-of-the-art training that we provide for our apprentices and the opportunities to create additional quality wages and benefits for the construction industry for work hours, these type of bond packages are critical for us to continue to build our economy after so many different downturns we've had since the earthquake in recent years and this COVID as well. So we fully support this bond and hope to have the Assembly pass it tonight. Thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
All right. Sorry. While I get my password open here. My name is Karen Button, and I am a Spenard resident, and I'm the board president of Friends of Fish Creek. So sorry, I thought I had my computer open.
Sorry, ma'am, did you say you're speaking on behalf of a community council?
No. I said
Okay.
I'm in this Spenard Community Council District, and I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of Fish Creek.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the Assembly, thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on these bond issues. I'm actually speaking to F and FS, 5F and 5FS.
And if you could move the microphone a little bit closer, okay. Some folks are having a hard time hearing.
Okay, sorry. I'm here to ask for your support on these bond amendments, which include several important items, though I'm here to specifically urge your support for funding for a Fish Creek feasibility study. This in-depth study is the next step toward realization of the goal of daylighting and rehabilitating Anchorage's most impaired waterway. Daylighting Fish Creek with an adjacent public greenbelt is a top priority of the Spenard Community Council, and it's included in the Anchorage Area Plan, the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, and the Spenard Corridor Plan. A unanimous resolution in favor of daylighting passed this body in 2018. In order to make these goals a reality, an in-depth feasibility study is necessary and can answer several key questions, such as, what is the long-term cost comparison to managing stormwater above ground, in other words, daylighting Fish Creek as green infrastructure, versus maintaining an underground system? Several sections of the Fish Creek bypass are aging and in need of expensive repair or replacement. For example, the Fish Creek stormwater pipe is buried under the Frontier Building parking lot and parking garage, and this section of the pipe, along with much of the Midtown system, is well past its service life. In this case, creek daylighting offers an affordable stormwater solution for the city and the landowner. Daylighting is a widely accepted methodology to address stormwater runoff from impermeable roadways and parking lots, millions of square feet of which are in Midtown. These areas will continue to flood streets without significant investments in new pipe. Daylighting the creek, managing this water above ground, is vastly more affordable in the long term as it requires little to no maintenance. Daylighting and rehabilitation of the Fish Creek watershed creates benefits for community health and well-being. It's an invitation for the return of salmon to this once anadromous stream. Oh, so sorry. Okay. So I just want to close by saying with the recent infrastructure bill, we have a really amazing opportunity to leverage these funds. So urging your support.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
My name is Greta Wade from 4033 Brentwood Circle in the Sand Lake neighborhood of Anchorage. I'm also a member of Laborers Local 341. I am the business representative for the nurses and healthcare workers at Alaska Regional Hospital and at several other long-term care facilities in the municipality. I'm just here to urge you to support this, getting this on the ballot. The health and safety of our community is dependent on many things, one of which is the roads. We want to have safe roads so that people can stay out there active and do the things they want to do and stay out of the hospital. I'm also here as a wife of a business owner. My husband owns a business, a tourism business in Alaska, in Anchorage, Wild Alaska Travel. It is really critical that we continue to maintain our infrastructure so that we will be a world-class destination for visitors. And that takes a lot of work, and that takes money. So I do hope you'll support getting this on the ballot, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Hi, my name is Irene Queetnow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I oppose this ordinance not because it's not good to maintain our roads, but several people that testified before me said that the municipality should chip in. It's actually not the municipality who's going to pay for this. We, the taxpayers, are. Any bond that goes on the bill, on the ballot, and we vote for, our taxes will go up. So if you want that, or if you had sticker shock this year of what your tax bill is like, if you vote for this bond, it will be even bigger. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Thank you. My name is Shane Lindsay. I'm the building trades president of South Central Alaska, here representing roughly 15 crafts, laborers, painters, heavy equipment operators, mechanics, so on and so forth. Tonight we have several bond packages up for discussion, but I'm just going to speak on one, kind of save everybody's time. Ultimately, we support all of the bonds going to vote of the people. These bonds will be vital to the community in multiple ways. First, construction projects provide good paying jobs and workers the opportunity to have health care, retirement, and training opportunities. In turn, workers spend their paychecks in restaurants, coffee shops, stores, and other local businesses. This is great for small businesses, especially after the years that we've had the past few. Secondly, these bonds will go to improving our already decaying systems. Deferring maintenance saves money in the short term, but it costs more in the long run. The port is a prime example of this. Every year, the cost is going to go up until a catastrophic failure occurs. It's not a matter of if, but when. Don't wait. It's not going to get cheaper tomorrow. Lastly, Anchorage area construction has been down the last several years. Our skilled workforce is continuing to shrink. Many have already left in search of opportunities in the lower 48. However, we have bigger projects on the horizon, such as the port project I mentioned earlier. It is vital that we maintain the workforce we have. We cannot afford to have any further losses of skilled trades. It's very important. The port will be built, and until then, we need to keep construction workers with jobs here and prepared to build the future. I encourage the passing of the versions, the S version of the bond packages, and allowing us to move forward to a vote of the people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Kaiser from Chugiak, Alaska. I wear many different hats. One of them is as membership development for the IBW. I also do a number of different things with veterans organizations and membership development and recruitment into the skilled trades. Bond packages like this are absolutely necessary in order to keep our workforce working to grow. We know there's a bunch of work on the horizon. Anybody who's been paying any attention knows that Alaska is going to get flooded with a lot of construction projects. And the question everyone's asking right now is, where's that workforce going to come from? Speaking as a veteran of the armed services and getting into the trades when I got out, it really saved my life and gave me everything I have today. but without the opportunity to get into an apprenticeship and to learn a trade, I don't know where I'd be. In Anchorage, we have a duty to support those who defend our freedoms. Bond packages like this are a small way that we can give opportunities to those getting out of the military to get into good quality careers after they get out. It's no secret that veteran suicide is an issue, and a big contributor to that issue is the lack of access to quality jobs upon transition. Bond packages like this create those opportunities that are needed in order for people to successfully transition out of the military and step into careers to provide good quality careers for incomes for their family. Whether it's union, non-union, work is work, and it's what our state needs, it's what our city needs. We've seen a mass exodus of workers leaving the state. They're not coming back. Alaska is historically behind the curve when it comes to how much we pay our construction workers, and it's really a shame. We're a blue-collar state. We live here because we want to work. We live here because we enjoy the rugged activities that Alaska provides, and these kind of bond proposals allow us to have the lifestyle that we want. If we want to keep people in the state, in our city, we need to do these types of things to keep that workforce growing. So when the big projects do show up, we have the manpower needed to do them. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the part of the community in which you live, or your community council.
Hello, I'm Eric Lambertson. I'm part of LaFrance and Weddleton's district. Yeah, it's fine to have all these bonds and taxes levied on individuals and businesses in the state, but you have put your boot on the neck of the businesses and the homeowners, and you've been raising the taxes, you've been increasing what it is that you're increasing is what we're paying on our property taxes. But you're not lifting any of the weight with the masking and the vaccines and freeing us up to do the business that we need to do in order to pay these taxes and to pay these bonds that generally will pass. Sure, we want increases in our services, and we want increases in the improvements to the roads and bridges and drainages. But you need to lift off the mandates that are coming from outside of the state. And you need to give us the ability to do the business that would pay for this kind of thing. Yeah, we're losing residents. We're losing them to the lower 48. And I'm sorry for that. But you're going to have to increase the potential for businesses to do business in the state of Alaska by not increasing the onerous impositions in order to do business. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of the community in which you live, or your community council.
Niall Sherwood Williams. In response to 2022-8, I would like to strongly encourage the members of this body. We know that when bonds are placed on the ballot in April, the voters traditionally move them forward, about an 85% clip. So just like I said last year, I would like to encourage a member of this body to make an amendment. The summary that's given on the ballot is insufficient in order to be able to properly describe it to the voter. Most people don't come to these meetings and pay attention. So it takes approximately 500 words and it dulls it down to about 200, maybe 1,000. Dulls it down to 200. As well, what's the total cost of the bond? Well, currently it's going to cost us $52 million, give or take, to service that over the next 20 years, this debt. And that's if we maintain our current AA+ rating, which we're probably going to lose, because it used to be that when the council was going to spend money, They had to have it in their pocket first. You can't have empty pockets and go and spend money. So this is your way of being able to write a post-dated check. Another interesting line, located on page 3 of 5 towards the end of the packet in the S version, line 15. It says, "The full faith and credit of the municipality is pledged for the payment of the principal of and interest on the bonds, and ad valorem taxes upon all taxable property in the municipality shall be levied without limitation as to rate or amount to pay the principal and interest on the bonds when due." First of all, you don't have a full faith and credit of the municipality. That's the sweat of the brow of the workers. That's stealing money from the children's future, from the ability to be able to bequeath to the next generation. You're fraudulently stealing from them by writing this bond and putting it on the ballot. Let's vote it on one at a time. Instead of having 37 items that we're voting for, let's have it one off, one at a time, one line item. Vote on 42nd and Lois. Then vote on the AMATS drainage. Then vote on the next item. That way the people can truly know what's going on. No more big bond packages, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? I will note that we had one person signed up for phone testimony. However, that person ended up testifying here in person. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of the muni in which you live, or your community council.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Timothy Alan Sanchez Beers. I'm a 59-year-old homeless man, and I live here in Anchorage. I've been sleeping in my car at the Sullivan Arena, but I got the first notice for the Alaska Prayer Conference, so I'm really looking forward to this.
Sir?
Oh, what I want to say is, I want to stand up for the homeless people in the community of Anchorage and the United States. We want a homeless bill of rights, hate crime legislation, and we want the shelters to be safe.
Sir?
There's too much crime in the shelters.
Sir, I need you to speak to the... Sir, I need you to speak to the item before us tonight, which is the bonds.
I know, but I just wanted to make my 5 minutes of fame. Please, support homeless people by helping them get out.
Sir, I need you to take a seat, please. There will be audience participation at the end. Okay, sir, this is a warning. You need to stop now. Thank you. Please have a seat. Okay. We're going to have security escort you out.
I'd like to be called TJ. Please remember me.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
A motion is on the floor to approve the S version made by Mr. Perez-Verdia and seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I obviously hope that we support this S version. It provides critical infrastructure for our city, but I'm going to make an amendment first. In conversations with the administration today, with members of the administration, I believe that there is one project that we can remove from this bond package that I'm hoping will get added to the next bond package. That was in the S version. It was the East 20th Avenue pedestrian improvements. So I move to remove that item from this bond.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Can I explain that, Madam Chair?
Yes, and just to confirm that Mr. Rivera was the second on that amendment. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that mic coming out again. Okay. Is that better? Okay. That project is in the Midtown District and was brought forward by the Midtown Assembly members, but it is very close to the border of my district, and I'm very familiar with that area. We spoke with members, Ms. Zalto can go into more detail, but essentially we had already put this on the bond to do the design work. The design work is ongoing but not finished, and the planned construction is in 2023. And so hopefully the administration, we can speak to them tonight, but if they can put this on the 2023 bond, then it shouldn't delay construction, because I believe, again, that we are currently in the design phase. So for that reason, I think we can remove it from this bond. And I assume Ms. Zalatow might want to speak to it as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Next is Mr. Weddleton, then Ms. Zalatow, and then Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry, are we talking on just that amendment? Just leave me in the queue for later. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zalatow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Much like Mr. Dunbar said, this project right now, design is at approximately 35% complete, and there is funding to move design through 2022 to complete the design phase. Construction will be ready for 2023, and it won't be a phased construction project. It will be completed in a single construction season. I think, while I agree that we should remove this project, keeping it on track to be completed and be completed in short order is really important. It's, I believe, the number one or number two, it's the number 2 priority for the Airport Heights Community Council on its CIP list, and has been there for a while. So I'm hopeful that if we remove it this year, that it will automatically be added as part of the bond projects moving into 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatow. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to echo the comments of my fellow Midtown colleague and hope that when we get the capital improvement budget and plan in November for next year's budget, that this project is included to be funded in the April 2023 ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had also made a short notice request of Mr. Gates, but it was it was literally just minutes ago, so he hasn't had a chance to review it. You know, during these bond debates, we have added projects and removed projects in the past with the understanding that that would also be conforming amendments. So, you know, I haven't done the math on exactly how that will impact, you know, the reliant calculations that are on the next page, but I know we've done that in the past, so I just want to make clear that my amendment includes any of those kind of conforming requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And I want to point out, too, that bond counsel is on the line. I believe we have Mr. Risvold, Ms. Weed, and Mr. Cantor. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote to amend to remove the East 20th Avenue Pedestrian Improvements Project from the bond package.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatow?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We are now back on the main motion, so I will go back to Mr. Weddleton, then Ms. Quinn Davidson, and then to...
I have another amendment.
Oh, you have it? Okay. Actually, Mr. Dunbar has another amendment, so Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, again, apologies to my colleagues. We tried to put together this S version without violating the Open Meetings Act, so some things went through the clerk's office and some projects got on there and some didn't. One oversight on my part is on that same page under projects. We did not include the $500,000, the additional $500,000 that we passed during the capital budget. So if you recall, we passed an additional $500,000 that became part of the capital budget to bring the traffic calming amount up to $1 million as it was last year. So it had been reduced to $500,000. We increased it in the capital budget to $1 million. And then the version the mayor put forward to us didn't conform to the capital budget and was back down to $500,000. So I make a motion for an amendment to increase that traffic calming amount from $500,000 to $1 million.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Dunbar, seconded by Mr. Rivera. And Mr. Dunbar, you've already spoken to that motion, so I'll go ahead and go, or unless there was any more you wanted to add to the amendment?
And I'll just say, from my community councils at least, traffic calming is probably the number one thing that they want to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend to restore the traffic calming funds to $1 million by adding $500,000 with needed conforming amendments.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-1. Mr. Dunbar, do you have any other amendments? Okay. Do any other members have any amendments? Actually, I'll pause before going back through the queue on the main motion. Okay, so we'll go to Mr. Weddleton and then Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Weddleton on the main motion.
I will support this, and I'll just hit a few reasons, but I do think that Mayor Bronson is probably gauging the sentiment of the public fairly closely, and that people are in a mood for fairly lean bonds. And I'm a really bad judge of that myself. But I think the argument that we need to maintain the workforce is very compelling. And at the work session, I spoke to that we need to be careful we don't overlap too many bonds with the infrastructure bill and so on. But I mean, we desperately need workers, I think now, and certainly when that infrastructure funds come, it'll be really heightened need. When we looked at the CIB, I did not support adding most of these to it because of the idea that we needed to keep it lean. But that we did put them on there, I did expect that the bond would reflect what we requested. So I will support this largely on that. Excuse me. I'd like to make a point, too, for others. While this is something that everyone in the city will vote on because of the full faith and credit of the municipality is on there, only people within the Anchorage Road Drainage Service area will pay for it. So perhaps someone who owns a hotel in Bird, they would not pay property taxes to support these bonds. It would just be people within kind of the urban part of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And as Mr. Weddleton mentioned, we had a work session on this. I think it was just last Friday, and I made some comments as well about the benefits of bonds. A lot of the folks testifying, the public sort of echoed those comments tonight, and I don't want to be too repetitive, but just to get it on the record, maybe make a few comments about why those of us who played a part in this S version wanted to increase the amount that we're bonding for. I think as the testifiers noted, the more you invest in your infrastructure, the more you lead to increased tourism. You see residents sticking around rather than leaving, fleeing to the lower 48 where there are better jobs and better infrastructure, and as a result, you have a more robust economy. And not only did Mr. Lentz, who was here testifying tonight, write an op-ed in the paper about this, but also Kevin Barry, who's a UAA economist as well, wrote an op-ed titled "Bond Items Would Help Anchorage Attract and Keep Residents." And this plays out, not only in this economist, but also we've seen official reports detailing the same phenomenon. Another reason that I want to point out that we should be really standing up to our obligation as a municipality right now is that the state has really shirked from theirs. So, in the past, they put a lot of money into our local infrastructure and to a lot of other things, and that has drastically dropped over the years to the point that any investment we're making now is still less of an investment than we made before. And that is even more true when you take into account the drop in community assistance grants that we've also seen from the state, not just the grants to PM&E or to departments that are doing road and other services in the city. Bonds are also, bonds are at historic lows. I brought up the example in the work session of refinancing a house. I think for folks in the audience who thought about doing that or are homeowners or did, we all know that this is a really good time right now to take on debt. It just is from a financial perspective, and that's another reason it makes sense to add some of these projects to the S version. I'll also note that specifically for the ARDSA bond, which is the one we're discussing right now, that has a consistent passage rate. People in Anchorage like road and drainage bonds. They consistently support them. So there may be some folks here tonight who don't, but in general, we usually have that bond passed with a 58 to 65% vote yes. So I believe that this is what the majority of Anchorage residents support based on past evidence, and it's good for our economy, and not to mention a priority of some of the communities that came here to speak tonight. So I'll be supporting the S version, and I hope my colleagues will too.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Kennedy and then Ms. Zelatel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I have a couple of comments first and then a question for the administration. I heard a couple of things tonight that give me even more concern over bonds, and I always, even when I was on the Anchorage School Board, bonds were always just a real interesting animal, if you will, and trying to judge kind of the community's appetite for spending money in that way was always difficult. However, there were a couple of times when I guessed correctly and didn't support bonds that ended up not passing. But anyway, this one's particularly difficult because this obviously is in an area that doesn't impact my town and other communities north. But however, of course, we're all held responsible regardless for full faith and credit. But there were a couple of things that really give me pause with this particular one, even though I certainly want to be supportive of other communities within the municipality. But one of the things I heard was in regard to funding bonds, and it's true, the city doesn't fund bonds, the taxpayers do. That is something that I think we always have to keep in mind is who's really paying. And considering what kind of financial challenges we're going through right now and what the horizon looks like, again, I have even more concern about not only this bond in particular, but now that we've done the S version and we're adding an additional 35% really on top of the original bond. The other thing that I think is concerning is if it's true, the statement that was made that workers have left the state and aren't coming back, then laborers who do stay are going to be hard to come by, and we're going to pay top dollar for those particular individuals and for that skilled labor, and that gives me more cause to be concerned just in terms of how we think some of these projects might cost today. Chances are they're going to cost more tomorrow or next month or next year. So I think that's something to keep in mind too. We haven't really discussed a whole lot about what we're going to do over infrastructure money and what we'll get and how we can use that. So to some extent, we could be bonding for something that we actually may have basically grant money to help fund and take care of. And so I also hesitate to see this bond package get larger when it's possible that a lot of things could be handled by grant funding. However, the saving grace in that is the fact that the administration doesn't have to fund any of these if it turns out they're going to be more expensive than they thought, or if we get other funding that would help pay for them instead. So there's a little bit of, maybe some, a little silver lining there potentially. The fact that we are losing folks, people have mentioned that several times, and we know that's true. Our recent census basically bore that out. And what that does, though, is it means that it leaves fewer people in the community with a heavier tax load. And that's concerning to me, especially when I have so many people in my community who are on a fixed income. And most of us just noticed recently that, we got our tax valuations that said our houses are worth more, but we may not necessarily have any additional funds in our back pocket. It's just that our property is worth more, so we can tax it more, but we can't necessarily pay that tax bill. So I have great concerns over that, and I hear that all the time in my community. And so I'm assuming that it's the same kind of concern in the city of Anchorage as well. But I do have a question in all that, and thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me give my comments first. But when this bond was first formulated at $28 million, my question is, did the Muni believe at the time that they were crafting a package that would be palatable to the voters as well as more financially realistic? Was there any thought about $28 million was about the best they could hope for? Or do they really think that adding an additional $10 million is still just as sellable to the voters as the $28 million would have been? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, I couldn't have said it any better than you did. It absolutely concern. It was a discussion point, and in fact, a big part of the reason why the mayor proposed the bond package in such a way as being equivalent or near equivalent to what we were retiring. We thought that the voters may be more likely to consider those bond packages. In the current climate we're in, I can tell you there are a lot of constituents we've been hearing from very, very frequently about their green cards that they received in the mail. And I think with every $1 million that the Assembly adds to the bond, you are putting at risk potentially the package failing.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Zelatel is next, and then Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to echo a few comments that my colleague, Ms. Quinn Davidson, made, but also kind of respond to some of the recent comments. So I agree that if we are able to fund these projects with other monies, one-time monies, that we'll have the opportunity to consider that. And so that's an important factor to keep in mind as we put this bond package forward. I have some reluctance to scale back on bond packages when we do CIP planning out into the future, and pushing projects kind of off track if we don't keep them moving. Because when we start to delay projects, it somewhat snowballs. And then at some point, we run into issues where we have to do an emergency response to a lot of different things. And we've seen that sometimes on roads, definitely drainage. So there's some concerns about not kind of sticking with the program, yet being responsive. And I think that's what the S version does, is it sticks to the program. It meets what I believe are the community's expectations. In a lot of ways, those community expectations are really just, it's keeping the city running, frankly. And it's going to do all the wonderful things we heard testimony about in terms of improving our quality of life and creating jobs. But this year we have that kind of added feature that there might be additional funding to cover these projects. Just because we bond for it doesn't mean we have to spend it. So I think that once this bond package passes, I think that that's what we should be thinking about is the investment now has a longer term payback, and in terms of quality of life and not having to spend more money for an emergency later. But then also that we may fund it in another way if the opportunity arises. As these times have proven, all of these things, when we have this one-time money, kind of just have to remain, they're dynamic situations. And so we really need to continue to look forward, knowing we have these other opportunities coming, but if for some reason that's not available, we still need to look forward. Otherwise, I think we end up paying more in the long run. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo some of my colleagues' comments. You know, the history shows that this community supports bonds, and and I really do believe that this is the time that we invest. We invest in our community. We've gone through over 2 years of a very difficult time in this city, and it's time for us to continue to invest and ensure that we have jobs and that we're you know, adding to the infrastructure of this city. The other thing I think is really important is that you know, we really need to get this city back to work. And so I really want to encourage my colleagues to approve this. We've seen that a bond package of this size has been approved in previous years. This is not larger than what we've done in past years. And I really do believe that it's a responsible choice. So I just want to encourage my colleagues to approve this, and let's get people to work. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-8S as amended.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 5F passes 9-2. We now have before us item 5G, ordinance number AO 2022-9, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,300,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of constructing, renovating, and equipping park, trail, and recreational facilities capital improvements in the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service area.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name and your community council or the area of the community in which you live. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Anna Brawley, again for Turnagain Community Council, and I'll just be speaking to the other projects that were included in our resolution that you have a copy of. So again, Turnagain Community Council supports the inclusion of West Anchorage projects on the bonds, and particularly park and trail projects. Our neighborhood is fortunate to have a number of not only really great local parks, but also a trail system, including the coastal trail, the parts of the Fish Creek Trail, and other connectors. And so that's something that we have really benefited from and are glad that it's been invested in over the years. And so again, we first wanted to support our friends in Spenard Community Council in terms of the work on Fish Creek. And one project that's proposed in our area is the Fish Creek Trail to the Ocean project. So we just wanted to express support for that, and also just to remind the Assembly and the municipality that because it is in our area, Turnagain Community Council does have a specific interest in the route for the trail. There are several neighbors who will be impacted by the location of that trail along the railroad tracks, and so we just, as the design and construction process moves forward, we ask that Turnagain Community Council continue to have a seat at the table in that design work, but we do support that project. And then also just wanted to say that we support the inclusive playgrounds funding. So I don't know if Turnagain Park will be included in that project for this year, but we have had inclusive playgrounds installed in our area or upgraded, including at Kiwanis Fish Creek Park, and have seen a really great increase in use and really making them accessible to all users of all abilities. And so just really speaking speaking to support for that. And I guess the other point is just there's other projects, most of which are in Spenard and not in Turnagain, but they do, again, increase the connections to the neighborhood and with Fish Creek Trail, whether it's Uri Park or other areas where the neighborhood intersects with those trails. And so again, the more we can connect our trails, the better. And the last one I'll speak to is the connection between the coastal trail, the Tony Nose Coastal Trail, and the Ship Creek Trail downtown. So again, that's not in our area, but it's a very important connection, not only for residents who are going from our neighborhood to downtown or vice versa, but also, again, a really great asset for the rest of the city and for visitors, anybody who really wants to take advantage of our trail system. So again, we want to support inclusion of those on the bond. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Irene Queetnow, District 3, represented through Eagle River. Like I said before, I'm not against the projects in itself. And as Mr. Perez-Revilla said, historically, yes, people vote for bonds. I think part of the reason is that people do not connect the fact that they're voting for the bond with increased property taxes. And part of that might be the wording of the ordinances, so I have suggestions for you to consider. It says, general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay through raising taxes the cost of constructing, renovating, and equipping park, trail, and so on. So I would encourage you to look at the wording so people in Anchorage understand that every time they vote for a bond, their taxes increase. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Hello there. My name is Bronson Fry, F-R-Y-E. I live in the Lower Hillside area, Elmore and Lower, not representing the community council though. I am a business representative for the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, Local 1959, as well as an officer of the Building and Construction Trades Council of South Central Alaska. Here to testify in favor of this bond. I think that there is a lot to like about it. Much like the other bonds that are being considered this evening, I think it's wise and always appropriate to invest in our own infrastructure. This particular proposal here having the specific benefit of really increasing and improving the quality of life of Anchorage residents who enjoy the trail system, which is a strong selling point for this town. My wife and I are lucky enough to have bought a home here in Anchorage, decided to settle down last year, and the fact that we have such a robust and enjoyable outdoor trail system is a big part of that. There is a strong argument to also be made that taking care of the youth in our community should be a top priority. Some other folks mentioned that earlier. Couldn't agree more. This is a great way to do it right here today by giving them inclusive playgrounds and trails to enjoy as they see fit. So very much hoping to see the Assembly put this bond to the voters in April, and thank you all for your support and time this evening. Take care.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of the community in which you live, or your community council.
Yes, my name is Eric Lambertson. LaFrance and Weddleton are my representatives. As all of these bonds come to being voted on by the Pol Pot dictators that you are, I consider that the evidence that I've seen over the year and over the 2 years that I've been more focused on the Assembly, I don't trust your ability to spend money, my money. I don't trust your ability to put forth bonds and follow through on them. You're not going to be here long enough, and you're putting on us the weight of these bonds. And I don't really think that the taxpayers are going to stand for it. I think that you are creating a very onerous system that we are having to live by, not only through the rules and regulations that you're having us live by, but you're putting on our necks more and more and more and more. I understand why Quinn Davis does not have a business, or she has a business that's subsidized by some other form of, because she has no business sense. I don't think any of you have good business sense. You would not last in the private sector. You're just really bad at what you do. I really do think that you need to rethink the way in which you're living your life. I think that you ought to resign and allow other people, I would allow other people to take your position. They would do a hell of a lot better than you.
Sir, please speak
So
to the item
I am
before us.
speaking to the item. I don't think that you are competent to run this city. I've seen too much of your incompetence. And I'm speaking to that. These bonds, I don't see that you're going to be able to manage yourself as an assembly. You're already not. So please, step aside, let somebody else do the business. I'm tired of your nonsense. I really am. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Greta Wade, 4033 Brentwood Circle in the Sand Lake area. I encourage you to support this bond as a tax-paying, lifelong Alaskan. I think it's really interesting how I've heard several people say, oh, it's not the municipality that's going to pay for it. It's us, the taxpayers. Well, who the hell else is going to pay for it? Yeah, damn right. I want to pay for it because this is my city and this is my obligation to take care of my city that I live in. My husband owns a very successful tourist business that serves people who come from all over the world to our fair city. So if you're not willing to stand up and say, yes, I will pay for this because my city is worth it, I think you should look in the mirror and ask yourself, what will you pay for? If you're not going to pay taxes to take care of your city, what are you willing to pay for? And as for trusting you, first of all, what heck of a job you have. Thank you for doing it. Because anyone can run for office. So if someone is unhappy with the job you're doing, I certainly hope that they're willing to stand up and put their name on a ballot and run for office and get elected. Because that's what you did. And you had courage. Even if I don't agree with all of you, thank you for doing it because it's a heck of a lot of work and it's a very thankless job. But I left Anchorage for 28 years. I lived in the bush, lived in Nome, I'm a nurse, I worked all over the state. I worked in Fairbanks, I've worked in Juneau, I'm a fourth generation Alaskan. When I came back to Anchorage after 28 years, I was so proud of the city and what it has become. Our trail system, our park system. Yes, we have problems. Yes, we do. But when you leave, when you're 18, and you say, I'll never go back there, and you come back 28 years later, and you see how great this city has become, I say, thank you, because it's all the people like you who have gone out there, and yes, is everything perfect? No. Could things be spent better sometimes? Yes. But overall, you're doing a damn fine job, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of the community in which you live, or your community council. And could you turn on the microphone, please? There you go.
It's Veronica Lambertson. I live in Bird Creek, and I'd like to notify you of a clerical error. You have up here on the board 2022-9, and online you have an S farm. And inflation already happened on this bill. It's no longer 2.3 million anymore. It's actually more, correct? So that would be helpful, letting know when people come up to testify actually what they're testifying to with an incorrect figure on the board. And as for what someone already said earlier. I would concur, because if these are going to be approved and be on a ballot and everyone's going to vote on them, we should be more transparent, responsible of how the money is going to be paid for to provide for a bond. So it should say from your property tax, especially for the property owners. They are the ones who's going to pay for them. And parks and recs, yes, we all enjoy it. We appreciate it. All except for when the mandates happen and you can't use a park. Play on the playground. So, partially appreciate some of what's being done, but yes, there is a lot of contention with what is not being done. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I do want to note that there is an S version for item 5G, AO 2022-9S, and it does have a different amount being proposed than the original version. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Hello, my name is Sam McCall. I live off of Elmore. I am a good example of what a lot of the business reps have talked about. I'm a labor apprentice. I'm close to journeying out. I currently split my time between Anchorage and Valdez, and I go where the money is. I would like to use my skill set in this community. I grew up in Chugiak. I would like to maintain its ditches. I'd like to maintain its drainage system, and I'd like to use my talents there. And when I see a community that is willing to pay for bonds to keep that system maintained and in good functioning order, and when it's willing to pay to maintain its park system, then I believe that there's room for me to build a future here, and that there's room for me to pay taxes on those that fund those projects and to contribute to this community. So I would just encourage the assembly member to vote for these bills to maintain a workforce that is willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, and just to answer the lady with the beautiful orange scarf, yes, I'm running for District 3. I'm going to unseat Cameron Perez Verdilla. So welcome to the challenge. I look forward to the debates upcoming. Onward to the bond proposition at hand, 2022-9. I agree with the lady. We need to amend this and actually have it show the correct version. I just went to check the clerk's table and check the corridor outside. There is no S version for 9 out there. So again, 3.85 million, there's a big difference there. Then when we, the public, turn to the final page, the absolute back page, we look at the total direct costs. Now that's the interest, okay? So every year that comes to bear plus the principal. So total amount due is going to be closer to about 13 million after all is said and done. It's really sad. You're spending money we don't have. Then we look at Exhibit A revised, which lists all of the different projects. It says, look there for more details. Chester Creek Complex Facility Safety, Security, and ADA upgrades. What does that mean? Shouldn't we have had ADA upgrades years ago? It's been federal law for over 20 years, which is why you can't coerce people to wear a medical device. That's one of the reasons. Facility safety upgrades. What facility? What upgrades? I mean, you can go through line item by line item. So once again, let's parse them out. If we want to do bond packages through the chair, let's have them be individualized. Can you pause my time at least if you're going to have side conversations respectfully? So again, parse the items out individually. Let's vote on them one at a time so we can see where the special interests are, and then we can look back at your APOC reports and see if it's a quid pro quo. Embezzlement, money laundering, those type of things. How about on the trails through the chair? Let's put an amendment forward. We need to have those little blue light emergency transponders every 25 feet on every Anchorage road and every Anchorage trail. Here's the thing that the people need to wake up to. The real reason why you want to do all these projects is so you can dig things up and come in people's homes. We still have the Fourth Amendment.
Thank you for your testimony. I do want to note that the S versions and the original version are available online, and we are verifying that there are still copies available here. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Oh, it's already on. My name is Pete Dahl, last name spelled D-A-H-L, and I live in South Anchorage. I would just like to say that I hope you support this bond. And the previous one, these two are very important to our construction industry. I represent members of our laborers union, but on behalf of all construction workers in Alaska, this is stuff like projects like these are very important. One other thing I'd like to kind of touch on is I heard the concern of people leaving the state, and there was mention of these people not coming back, but I want to say that there is a way to retain people to the state when these projects like this, and with the infrastructure bill coming out, through the military and things like that, that a friend of mine recently was up here, spoke on. That's a way to retain people and keep them in the state. If we have projects and a way for them to maintain residence and a reason to maintain residence in the state, things like this will help. And there may be even a drawback from people that have moved out of state. There's still families up here. There's still people that have ties to Alaska that may want to come back as well. And if they see stuff like this happening and infrastructure projects and large projects to help them and be successful and have a good income by coming back to the state, that'll draw people back to the state as well. So appreciate everything you guys do for the city of Anchorage, and commend you very much for doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Okay. First off, my name is Antron Baker. I'm from, well, I like to say I'm from Anchorage because I live off of Wisconsin right now, but I've been in Mountain View, Fairview, Spenard, all them type of places, Muldoon. But basically, first of all, I just want to just say appreciate the chance for a testimony, and I want to keep it real short because I've been here for 20 years. I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and as much as I do like it here, I can understand why people sometimes don't feel like they're welcome here, because in my course of living here, for one, I feel like for one, me being African American, it's been like weird, stereotypical, not with everybody, but like say working, for instance, like human resource, and that was just me. It could be other races, cultures, or even genders. I think that we need a better peer support so we can have...
And sir, I apologize for interrupting, but I need you to speak to the item before us concerning the bonds.
Well, concerning the bonds, that's the problem. I mean, people see $2.3 million being invested in that, but not invested in people's mental health, not in homelessness, not to the prison system as far as rehabilitation, not to inner city neighborhoods. Like, I'm a product of that. Like, literally, I was involved in a prior program in the East High School, and it was shut down due to lack of understanding of why it's there. So that's what I'm speaking towards too. So I'm hoping that it could be a conversation even after this, because I'm not trying to just give a testimony of how we can have discussions about how we can have maybe even 10% of that investing towards these type of issues, because for people to see $2.3 million, but yet they're out here working, got families, got kids, but then like even myself, been dealing with certain issues that might even need to be held in court because of it's an at-will state, but yet some places got unions and all this type of stuff. Like literally the job I had before, I was told to clock out without a reason of being told why. And the guy was white. I don't want to make it a race card, but at least a what if out there. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't like that because I have friends in all cultures. You understand what I'm saying? So, and I really think that it needs to be some type of implementation along with that to where it needs to be a better council amongst that. Like even if it takes like mayor representatives to take a tour through the city on these jobs and really ask the employees like how you feel about your city. You know what I'm saying? And figure that out. And I hope I can have a conversation with y'all later because it's a lot more issues, because if it doesn't get handled, you have a lot more people feeling how I feel but don't want to talk.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
Are there any other members of the public?
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Weddleton. Sir, Mr. Weddleton was in the queue for you. Go ahead. Or would you like to come back up?
Not so much a question, but just an offer, that you've made some very good points. I'm way over here on the left. Hi there. Don't ask me why I'm left over here all by myself. That's a longer story, but I'd be happy to talk to you about that because there is a real split between the ability to get operating funds for things and ability to get capital funds when you get into government. And it is, you've kind of just scratched the surface. So you made really good points, but I'd be happy to talk to you more about it sometime.
Definitely. Because like even with the prior program, like that could have been something great. You understand what I'm saying? It was in the East High School, West High School. It was helping kids find a career path. It was bringing kids together, and then I got to give a big shout out to Mount Tosi. You understand what I'm saying? Because it gave a lot of, it did a lot for me. You understand what I'm saying? You talking about kids that was black, Asian, Samoan, Native, and I don't like to say white because that comes from a nationality of other indigenous places. You could be German, you could be European, you could be Italian, Romanian. You understand what I'm saying? So I think it should be more investments in towards that type of understanding so people can want to stay here, because at the end of the day, I'll get it. Get it right. I'll get it right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Actually, sir, if you could take the conversation offline with Mr. Weddleton.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version. Second.
The S version has been moved for approval by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we begin debate, I'd like to make a disclosure. So on the advice of on Ethics Council in prior years, when we discussed park bonds, I disclosed that I am a board member of the Anchorage Park Foundation. I received no compensation for it, and it's not clear that any of these monies will end up going to the Park Foundation, but sometimes the municipality does contract and work with the Park Foundation, and so when those actual spending items come forward, the Ethics Council asked me to declare conflict. But at this stage, I just disclose, and so I guess I'd like a ruling that I don't have a conflict prior in conformance with prior ethics decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. In conformance with prior decisions, is the chair's ruling that you don't have a conflict at this point in the process? Seeing no members, Mr. Dunbar?
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to speak to the S version. So again, we passed a capital budget that added a number of additional programs, and actually it goes to Mr. Baker, what he was speaking about. So a lot of these additions that the Assembly put in there are in the area I represent, which is East Anchorage, and also in Fairview that Mr. Constant represents. The original version put forward by the mayor didn't have any programs for East Anchorage, and I think that's problematic. I think if we are looking to get community buy-in on bonds, it should be in all parts of the city. There are also some critical infrastructure or investments we can make at Chanchnu Muldoon Park, in Russian Jack Park. They're very strongly supported by the community councils, and they've been included in the S version. So I would urge support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just a couple of interesting points about this. I mean, I will probably support this. I know Parks and Rec bonds, I think, are on a little different level, and certainly in this case, you know, being a smaller number, I'm still concerned about the fact that it was raised, increased the way that it was. But typically, these bonds seem to be, or these projects seem to be kind of signature projects around the community. And I think I really just wanted to mention that there's an interesting dynamic with people in the Chugiak Eagle River area in terms of Anchorage Parks and Rec bonds. You know, we all vote on them, but there's always the disclaimer that says this is only going to be paid for by the people in Anchorage. It won't be paid for by the Chugiak Eagle River or Girdwood folks. But typically, I think it's just there's some bad blood from many years ago when Anchorage consistently voted down Chugiak Eagle River Parks and Rec bonds, and that's why we have two different groups right now then that represent those two different communities, the Parks and Rec boards from Anchorage and then the Parks and Rec board from Chugiak Eagle River. So anyway, I always check to see kind of what the election results are in my community, just to see if a lot of that sentiment is still there. So again, this will be kind of an interesting one to watch, but I have no doubt that it will pass in Anchorage because, like I said, Parks and Rec, especially when you're talking about parks and trails, those just seem to be highly supported in the community, and they become kind of a signature investment, if you will, in in the community. But I will also say that one of the reasons why you don't see bonds in the Chugiak Eagle River area is because we already tax for all of the things that we do in those areas. Our road board taxes for everything that is road maintenance, road improvement, drainage issues. We have already, as taxpayers in that community, approved a tax rate that pays for all those things, so we don't have to bond. We save for projects that are coming up, and we don't have to have that bonded indebtedness. The same thing goes for Parks and Rec. So what we would see out in the Chugiak Eagle River area at some point could be raising our mill rate, our tax rate. But at this point, we have been very successful in just collecting the annual tax amounts and basically saving for projects, and of course our Parks and Rec Board is responsible for determining what those projects are. So anyway, it's not that the community doesn't invest, we just don't do it through bonded indebtedness. So anyway, like I said, I will most likely support this bond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-9S.
Madam Chair, just one point of information.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just want to let you know, I don't know if it's a point of information, point of order, but it's verified that the substitute version and the original version are present in the lobby. So, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 5G passes 10-1. Next, we have before us item 5H, Ordinance number AO 2022-10, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,100,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of fire protection capital improvements in the Anchorage Fire Service area. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, District 3. In response to 2022-10, I'd like to petition the members of the council to add an amendment to this for an additional 3 fire trucks to be added down to the South District Girdwood area. I feel that 1 is insufficient, especially with all the rock slides we've been having lately with potential tsunami warnings, earthquakes, tectonic plate shifts, and the like. So I think 1 fire truck is insufficient. The fire department is one of the few departments that's actually run well in this city with professional individuals that uphold their oath to the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the state of Alaska. They have very professional individuals that provide for medical care throughout the municipality. Second amendment I'd like to have added, let's sell 100 Anchorage Police Department vehicles to assist in the payment of this bond. And then maybe we can add on a few external defibrillators, because I noticed that we don't have one available on the first floor here in the LUSAC library. As well, I feel that we should have more persons trained in CPR in the municipality of Anchorage. So maybe we need to have crisis teams within each city block. So every 5 square blocks should have a citizen administrator that knows EMS and is able to assist local personnel. What's going to happen, Anchorage citizens, when the comms go down? What's going to happen when the cell phones don't work? What's going to happen when you plug in your hair dryer and it doesn't turn on? What are you going to do then? Do you have your CB radios ready? Do you know how to make water potable out of a stream? Do you know how to start a campfire without matches? So, fire department, one of the skilled employee sets that we have within this municipality, there's many persons that are inept. So I would like to say that I support and defend the Anchorage Fire Department, and I would like to say again, 3 additional fire trucks, so 4 total. I want to sell 100 Anchorage Police Department vehicles, because there's a lot of them sitting around, especially up in Eagle River through the chair. That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-10.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
That item passes 10-1. We now have before us item 5I, ordinance number AO 2022-11, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,400,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of area-wide facilities capital improvement projects at the election to be held in the municipality on April 5, 2022, Finance Department. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Irene Queednow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I want to make 2 comments in general about the bonds, which also applies to this bond. Anybody that rents in Anchorage and thinks they don't have to pay for this, that's not correct. If your landlord's property taxes go up, your rent goes up. So everybody pays for these. The other thing I would encourage all these people that testified about the jobs, I would encourage you to hold this assembly accountable, that they actually give you the jobs, because I have watched them give jobs away to out-of-state companies, millions of dollars, which should have stayed here in town. So I encourage you to hold them accountable for that they actually give the job to in-state companies. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
What the hell is this? Eric Lambertson for LaFrance and Weddleton. I want to reiterate my lack of confidence in your ability to do your job as assemblymen, assemblywomen. I want to also thank you for bringing up the point of that we're all going to be paying for this, and that we bring, if this passes, that we do award these jobs to in-state contractors and people that actually live here and pay taxes here. I also have seen your giving these contracts out of state and bringing in outside contractors. So I concur with your statement, and thank you again for bringing that up. I encourage people to cut off the ability of this assembly to spend their money. I encourage people not to vote for these bonds and to dry up the well that these people dip their beaks into our hard-earned money. Yes, some of the money is going to things that we may enjoy in the future, but I do not have any confidence in any of you assembly people for spending money or to bringing forth a budget that is workable or that you're going to follow through on. And I do not want you in any way to put the burden on myself or my children. And you can be working on all kinds of other little things and not listening to a taxpayer of 28 years in this state, a business owner in this state, a person that is raising their family in this state and in this city. You can pay attention to other things and develop all kinds of other distractions for yourself. But I am really fed up with all of you. And I think I've made that point tonight. And I'll continue to make that point throughout the time that I come and testify here until I see every single one of you gone. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak?
Niall Sherwood Williams. So total bond value of this package is going to be around $6 million. So once again, we need to make sure that we put the total payback value after 20 years on the bond. I'd also like to have additional tables added through the chair that show what happens. I don't see Mr. Frisk here through the night, but through the chair, to the mayor, through the chair, to the municipal manager, to the CFO. I'd like to have a table added. What happens if we move down to single A bond value? What happens if the interest rates go through the roof? What happens when you put the municipal bond out there on the market and nobody buys it? That's when the well really dries up. You know what happens then? Those little ELO computer monitors, those nice chairs with the beautiful backs that you're sitting in that cost about $700, the microphones, the mouses, the keyboards, your cellular telephones that we pay for you, your procurement cards, all of it's going to be seized by the debtors of the municipality. That's how you really break everybody's back. You close down all the businesses, you squeeze to the corporations, you slow it down again, you move the goalposts. And again, I'd like to speak to specifics. Exhibit A. You provide no real things that you are actually going to do with our money. It's like you go down to the payday store, okay? Right after you just got your paycheck, you just spent it, okay? And you go get that payday loan, and you're paying 1,256% interest. They say most people stay in debt for a payday loan of $500 for 18 months. Did you know that? They say when the muni borrows money it doesn't have, we stay in debt for 20 years. And here's the other thing. Each one of these projects, it's like a pit bull's jaw getting on you, okay? Once it grabs you, once you start the project and you put the shovel in the ground, well, you know what? We took out that bond. All we have to do is spend another $700,000 to make the facility safety code upgrades work. Or all we need to do is spend another $1.25 million for the fleet maintenance shop because you already got the clause in. We already let you have the tax. Hey, through the chair, let's add an amendment. Let's raise the liquor tax to 27% across the municipality. Let's shut down the boozing. Maybe that's a good way to have the police department stop crashing their vehicles, because we've been noticing an increase in jabsidents around the municipality. So what a jabsident is when you get the shot and then you go crash. Because you waited 15 minutes and not 27, or not 3 days. Stop spending money we don't have. I don't want you breaking the backs of my unborn children. And I'm sure many of the other parents out there don't want it either. Otherwise, we're just going to stop paying our taxes. Then you'll really dry up.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
I had a question for legal staff over there, Mr. Burker. What is the status on local hire? Can we require that only Alaskan businesses do any work that we put out to bid? Uh-oh.
Mr. Burke?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, Assemblymember Weddleton, we're happy to get back. I mean, if you want to take 5 hours, I can get back to you tomorrow.
Yeah, I think sometime, because my understanding is that's unconstitutional, and our charter goes for low bid, and I think local firms get like a 5% credit or something like that, but my understanding would be unconstitutional for us to do that, but please verify that for me.
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, for the record, happy to do that for you.
Okay. Can I make just a couple other comments?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, one, it was, there have been comments that I think are legitimate, that when you read these documents, there's not much information on what these projects are, but these spring from other documents, many other documents. That's what government does so well, is makes documents. But, the next place to go is the capital improvement budget or plan, and that is all posted online. You can find each of these projects on that plan with greater description. And some of these road projects will have inches-thick documents that describe the various status of them. So online, there is more than you want to know about these projects, and it's not too hard to find them. And we don't get free phones. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-11.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 5I passes 10-1. We now have before us item 5J, ordinance number AO 2022-12, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,380,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of area-wide public safety and transit improvements at the election to be held in the municipality on April 5, 2022. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, District 3. In response to 2022-12, again, I'll reiterate for the record, and my position will maintain the same now, forevermore. Don't spend money we don't have. Our original charter, it was written, just in case anyone doesn't know, in 1959 it was ratified, okay? And in there, it actually has a special clause that says the council cannot spend money it does not have. It was actually against the charter. You had to have it in your treasury before you could write the check, just like a person. You know, if I go write a check on my checking account and I have $100 and I write my rent check for $1,000, that's what's called fraud. I'm writing a check for something I don't have, or at minimum a post-dated check. Again, let's add the full cost to the bond in the packet. If there are truly, through the chair, Assembly Member, Council Member Weddleton, if there really are additional packets that describe the greater nature of the projects, I would appreciate if those were included. Let's not make the public look online. Equal access before the law. The 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution enjoins municipalities to support and defend our rights under the 14th Amendment. With regards to the specifics of the bond, I'd like to add an amendment to the first line item of Exhibit A, expanding the amount so that every home can have a CB radio in the municipality of Anchorage. And I want it to be paid for by Xi Jinping, your communist handlers. The school zone safety, I would like that line item stricken. Anchorage School District is separate from the municipality. It's time we get it straight. We either fund them or we don't. We either control them or we don't. If we don't control them, let's stop funding them. All of this stuff should have already been figured out. How about pedestrian accidents in the municipality of Anchorage? You look at all the If you look at all the notifications online for emergency services, the majority of the deaths are pedestrian. So maybe some more traffic cameras to catch some of these drunken tyrants that are running lights. Maybe we could add that in there. How about an amendment that says if you misuse our money, Chair LaFrance, that it's embezzlement and it's a felony, and that we, the citizens, can charge you for it.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-12.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 5J passes 11-0. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to change the order of the day now to take up the items remaining in the following order: 5N, O, P, L, K, M, and then a 10-minute break. 10-minute break after we make this motion to change the order of the day. So that's N, O, P, L, K, M. If there's a second.
I object.
Second.
Ms. Allard, did you say you object?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion has been seconded, but your objection means that we will take a vote on the motion to change the order of the day. Members may proceed to vote, or actually, do you want to speak to that? No, okay. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Mr. Presbytia, I believe, has left the room, so I will mark him out.
The motion to change the order of the day passes 8-2. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll take up item 5N. Okay, if assembly members could please take their seats. We'll go ahead and get started here. We have 4 members on the phone: Ms. Quinn Davidson, Ms. Zalatel, Ms. Allard, and Mr. Peterson. Shoot, we had some Service High School students here tonight. Are there a few still here? Oh, if you all would come up and introduce yourselves and maybe say a few words about why you're here. Mr. Rivera advises me it's a strong tradition. Welcome. Want to press the button? And are there any other students who want to come up?
Oh, now it's on. Okay, I'm Nina Brubaker from Service High School, and we're all seniors from Service High School, and we're here because as part of our government program, in the seminar program, we get hours from listening and learning from the assembly, so we're here to take notes and to learn from you guys and everyone in the audience.
I did want to say, there's a lot of contention, but I think if I've learned maybe one thing from going to these meetings is I never really knew how much the assembly actually did, but watching all of these addendums get passed and all these ordinances, I thought it was I actually gained a newfound appreciation for what you guys actually do, so I thought that was pretty cool.
I don't really have anything to say, but I'm Zoe, and I'm also from Service, and yeah, it was fun listening to you guys. This was my first time coming to one of these things, so I thought it was pretty cool.
Well, thank you for being here tonight, and I noticed there are a few others who were in your group. How big a group was here tonight?
I think there were probably about 8 of us. Last week, I think it was last Tuesday at the meeting, there was maybe about 15 of us.
Madam Chair.
But we'll be here next week.
Would you let them know, the folks that came last week, that it didn't count because they didn't get to say hi?
Okay, we will. We'll be you gotta go again. It doesn't, who cares?
We would welcome them back. Thank you. Thanks, bye. Okay, we changed the order of the day prior to the break, so we now have before us item 5N, ordinance number AO 2021-111, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving creation of a streetlight service area requested by the property owner within the proposed area, which SLSA includes certain real property adjacent to Eagle River Road to be designated as the, quote, Overlook Estates Addition 3 SLSA, end
Waive
quote.
reading.
Thank you. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Allard. I apologize, but I didn't write down the order. Oh, it just popped up on the screen. Are we on 2021-111?
Yes. Item 5N,
Okay, thank you.
2021-111. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-111.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 5N passes 11-0. We will now take up item 5O, which is a quasi-judicial item, resolution number AR 2022-10, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for brew pub use and license number 3807 for Odd Man Rush Brewing LLC.
Waive reading.
DBA Odd Man Rush Brewing in the CEI-1 Light Industrial District. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? We do have one person signed up for phone testimony. Ms. Camacho, would you call Brian Swanson, please?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Okay, are there any other members of the public in person who would like to speak? Ms. Camacho, can we go ahead and try Mr. Swanson one more time?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message.
Thank you, Ms. Camacho. Seeing no other members of the public who wish to speak, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-10.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 5O passes 11-0. We now have before us item 5P, resolution number AR 2022-12, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for brewery use and license number 5860 for Magnetic North Brewing Company, DBA Magnetic North Brewing, in the I-1 Light Industrial District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. In response to 2022-12, it's time that we stop the proliferation of alcohol in the municipality of Anchorage. Yes, sir, through the chair, Mr. Constant. It's really funny when members of the public all over Spenard, East Anchorage, South Anchorage, downtown, midtown, are drunk and inebriated, passed out on the side of the road. No, it's not. It's really disheartening and sad to see my fellow community members in the struggles and strife of alcoholism and drug addiction. So I'd like to make an amendment, once again, just like I do on every alcohol that ever comes up. I want to know the alcohol tax, revenue received, money spent, what's been done? What's been done to deal with the problems of alcoholism in Anchorage? Where's the mental health rehabilitation centers that y'all said you were going to build, like, when was that? August 2020? Yeah. About 18 months ago. So once again, I concur with the gentleman in the back. I don't trust y'all in your fiduciary responsibility to the corporation of the municipality of Anchorage. How much money y'all take for your campaigns from Brown Jug, from members that work there? How about from Glacier, Southern Glacier? How about from K&L? How much did y'all take from them? Do you like to have drinks? I mean, I know through the chair that the municipal prosecutor's office right now is working on domestic violence. That's one of their big, they have a whole task force for it. What's one of the big causes? Booze. Stop the sale of it. I vote against this one. I ask that the members do as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-12.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 5P passes 11-0. We are now back to item 5L. Ordinance number AO 2022-18, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the Birchwood, Shugiak, Eagle River, Eklutna, and Peters Creek area at the regular municipal election on April 5, 2022, an advisory ballot proposition on whether the area should research and study the potential to detach from the municipality of Anchorage and establish a separate local government unit. I believe there is an S version available as well. I'm sorry, was there a point of order? Was that you, Ms. Allard?
No, I apologize.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Public testimony on this item is now open. We have one person on the phone list. I'll go to the phone list first, and then we'll go to in-person testimony. Ms. Camacho, would you call Gretchen Wemhoff, please?
This is Gretchen.
Hi, Ms.
Public testimony on this item is now open.
Hi, Ms. Wemhoff?
Yes. One person
Yes,
on
and
the
could you mute your...
I just did.
Thank you. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for testimony on item 5L, AO 2022-18. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of the municipality or your community council in which you live.
Certainly.
3 minutes.
Certainly, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Birchwood Council for item 2022-14. If you want it, then I'll just go to 3 minutes on this one. Pardon?
Ms. Wemhoff, actually, we changed the order of the day, so AO 2022-18 is first. And
Yes, I see that. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I was just letting you know I was going to speak again.
Okay, I have you set for 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gretchen Wemhoff. I live in Shugiak. I've lived in the municipality of Anchorage for 56 years, with the exception of years when I was teaching in Kenai, 30 years in Anchorage and 26 in Shugiak, Eagle River. And I'm here representing Birchwood Community Council, who pulled together a resolution. You know, this was introduced on, 8 days ago. And fortunately, we met the next night, but that's not the case for a lot of community councils. They did not have that ability or that to get together. And so one of the things we did is we wrote a resolution that opposed both 2022-18 and 14. And part of the reason for 18 has more to do with the fact that even though it's asking for a potential, hey, let's get a survey, And we all agreed in the council as we discussed this that information is good. There's no problem with good information. But what we did agree that it was too soon on a situation that no community council has officially asked for this. And that's an important thing to us. We believe that community councils are part of the legislative process in a way, and so our community councils feel like we should have some notice. And of course, having only 8 days notice doesn't do it justice. As P&Z has finally agreed to go over 30 days to wait so that community councils can meet. So I would imagine that both this and the other ordinance, if they pass, there will be a lot of residents in Chugach Eagle River that will not know that it has happened. In addition to it, while there's no economic effects or fiscal note on the actual vote, because of course it would be on the ballot that's already being paid for, there's not a lot of information on what a study would cover and cost at this time. And so we're not sure what a study like this would cost. And one of the things that I think Ms. Kennedy actually reminded everyone is that Eagle River has its Parks and Rec Board and its Road Board, and those two groups have a set budget that they work with by using the mill rate and the taxes that come through. And that's the money that's used. So paying for this survey is not clear where that money would come from. It certainly can't come from the Eagle River Parks and Rec or Eagle River Road Board. So it makes sense it would only have to come from the Anchorage general budget and funds. And so we felt that we also feel that this is in response to 2022-14 in order to slow that one down. So a great deal of respect for the two Assembly members who put this forward, because it makes sense to at least try to get some information. But we believe it's premature. It wasn't asked for by any community council, and it hasn't been given enough public notice that people could do this. And we know that the goal here is to get it on the ballot. But if it's that important, if this is something that is so important to put on the ballot, then perhaps we need more time, and it should be on the next ballot. And people should do some research ahead of time before asking this. So again, this is respectful of the members who brought it forward, but it's premature. We're not sure of the actual cost of the study. It has not been vetted by community councils nor asked for community councils, and it has not had enough time to have gone out to community councils as, hey, here's an ordinance that affects your area. So with that, I'll save the rest of my comments for the other ordinance.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have two members in the queue for you. First, Ms. Kennedy, and then Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wimhoff. I appreciate coming and speaking in regard to the resolution itself. And I've had a conversation with a couple people since this resolution came through from the council. My understanding is that there were a couple of whereases that were actually added after the council voted on the resolution to put it forward to not support either of the ordinances. And so I guess one of my questions was some of the information that is actually put in this resolution is not really relevant to the questions of either AO 2022-18 or 2022-14. And that specifically was the reference to taxing the Parks and Rec being able to tax, and the Chugach Birchwood Eagle River Rural Road Service area being able to tax. So I just wondered why those references to taxing were actually included in the ordinance to basically, or to the resolution that basically opposes asking the question about detaching. Can you speak a little bit?
Okay, you're asking me about the Birchwood Community Council resolution.
Correct.
And am I correct? You're asking that there's a few recitals that are you felt were not approved by the board or just added after the meeting? Because all of them did go through the board. eventually. But some of them were added after the actual meeting, but it then went back to the board before it went out to the voters. And you're talking about the tax, I'm trying to see exactly what you're asking me. The idea of the whereas funds of the Eagle River Chugach Parks and Rec Service only may be spent on parks and rec uses and not the broader question of governance and taxation, is that one of them?
Yes, those two whereas statements that talk about the taxing of the Parks and Rec and then Subursa, and why that information had any bearing on the question about whether or not we wanted to put something on the ballot about detachment.
It refers back to the concept that we're not quite sure what a study would cost, and only asking the Chugach Eagle River area to vote on this means that they would be voting on a request for a study that it's not clear if that money would come out of the general Anchorage bond, and so, not Anchorage bond, excuse me, general fund. And so in this case, those two statements are just reminding folks that the Parks and Rec and Subursa monies are used for Parks and Rec and Subursa, and that would not be split up to use for this particular survey. Does that make sense? That's what the reference was.
Yes, I was just trying to follow the logic of including something like that in comments about an ordinance that made no reference to it whatsoever. But thank you. That does answer my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to see, maybe Gretchen, you have a response to this, and I don't know if you've spoken to other community councils. Ms. Kennedy and I have, and when we did that, nobody objected to us. We've discussed it with them, whether they brought a resolution forward or not. But I just wanted to make it clear on record and to you that we did speak to numerous people in our community, and they wanted us to speak about this. They wanted us to bring it forward. So regardless if the community councils brought a resolution forward or not, they were fully aware of what we were going to do and what we were going to discuss. I don't know if you wanted to answer that in response or...
Well, I'm not sure what the question was. Do you want me to challenge what you just said? I could do that.
Well, I'm sure you can. My point...
Oh, no, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but
my point is we absolutely
that.
spoke to other community councils, and I guess I just had a comment that we have spoken to other community councils, and we have discussed it with them, and they were on board, whether they did a resolution or not. I find that your resolution is speaking on behalf of other community councils, and I believe your community councils should be focused on your community councils and not speak for the others.
And since it was addressed as a... May I answer, even though there wasn't really a question, please, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'm fine with her answering, sure.
Yes, I believe that was
okay.
Your question, Ms. Allard, was for Ms. Wemhoff to respond. So yes, Ms. Wemhoff, if you would go ahead, please, and briefly respond.
Certainly. The concept that we're, by entering the logic of other community councils not referring to it, they haven't requested a voter study, we're obviously going through resolution process. So we haven't seen a resolution process from any community council going through, although there was and that goes for the other, I'm actually for information on the other one, there was one community council that wanted to separate itself from a group that was moving this direction, and that's on file. So we were not aware of any official resolution from other community councils, but I don't recall, respectfully, Ms. Allard, you talking to Birchwood Community Council about this. I know that when Ms. Kennedy came to our council meeting on Wednesday night, she mentioned this so that we would be aware of it, but we don't recall anyone coming to our council and asking at the council meeting, would you like us to do this? So if I'm wrong and you want to tell me when you did, hey, I'm all ears. But this, from who you spoke with, it was not someone in our community council during a meeting. Whether you spoke to someone outside of the meeting, maybe, but not during our meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Wemhoff. Thank you for your testimony.
Certainly.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just want to point out that during public testimony, even if one feels like it's appropriate as a member of this body, it's really not appropriate to direct aggressive questioning towards a member of the public. That's out of line.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. One moment, Ms. Allard. I need to rule on the first point of order. Members need to refrain from making statements and engaging in debate with members of the public, and to be careful, to be respectful in the framing of questions. So thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard, what is your point of order?
My point of order is that the member from downtown is assuming I'm being aggressive when I just was clarifying something, and Mrs. Wemhoff had all the opportunity to respond, and I absolutely respect and appreciate her testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I appreciate your clarification. I'm not sure how to rule on that one, except to just reiterate to folks to just be careful in asking members of the public questions, so that they're clarifying questions and follow the rules of decorum for the chambers. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard, do you have another point of order?
Well, I think more for clarification is that if I would greatly appreciate it if a member would stop accusing me of saying something or assuming something or
Ms.
speaking
Allard,
to my motive. Thank
Ms.
you,
Allard,
Madam Chair.
your point of order is overruled. We will proceed with public testimony. Please come forward, state your name for the record, and the area of the municipality in which you live or your community council. Thank you.
I'm Jean Strong. I live somewhere in Alaska, and Crystal and Jamie are my peeps. If Anchorage were a spouse, I would have shot it in self-defense by now. Anchorage is abusive. I don't want to be in Anchorage. I don't care what the council says. I want out. I don't want a park with grass. I want a mountain trail. I don't need a paved little path to trot along in my high heels. I have hiking boots. I want a four-wheeler trail. I want trees, okay? They say, oh, well, you know, we have no services. Fine, I'll hire out to ride shotgun with whoever's going to the hospital now, whirl Christmas lights around my head and yell woo, woo, woo out the window, if that's what it takes. I want out. I don't want to be part of Anchorage anymore. We took all our money to the valley during these shutdowns. My dog died because of these shutdowns. She would not have needed to die. That was just, even if I had been on the edge of giving an inch on this, that sealed the deal. I do not want to be part of this place anymore. I want out. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Hello, this is Eric Lambertson. I have Weddleton and LaFrance to thank for my representation. I have an interesting way of taking a look at this, to look for an establishment of separation from Anchorage with Eagle River and Eklutna separating from Anchorage. There's a lot of people that went to Wasilla as a result of the ordinances and the rules that you put on the Anchorage people. I know my daughter did. She escaped. I think Eagle River wants to escape all of you. I think that it is truly a testimony to a lot of people who want to just get out from underneath your heel. I'm not a sheep. I'm somebody that's standing up and saying something to you that you need to hear. Your rules and your crap that you put on us on a regular basis is making it very, very difficult to want to stay in a city that we chose to come to. Under different leadership, under different circumstances, you guys crept in. I don't know how you did it. You slithered in underneath the door. It's got to be because of those Dominion voting machines. You came from out of state, Washington State, Oregon, California. I don't know where the heck you came from. But now we have to deal with you until we don't. Eagle River, yeah, I can understand why they want to get out from underneath your heel. They don't want to deal with you. They're sick of your stink. And you do stink. You stink like Marxists. And I'm really tired of you guys continuing with your way of thinking and making us pay for it with bonds and more debt and more debt. You're not making it a nice place to live. And you're taking orders from your handlers and you're not thinking for yourself. We get it. You got outside money. You got plenty of outside money. Well, I live here. And if I can, I'm going to change what I can about this assembly wherever I can. And I'm sorry to see you leave, Eagle River, but I can understand your sentiment. I do understand it. And you do have better control over your governments.
Your time is up. Thank you for your
Thank
testimony.
you for your service here. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Hi, Irene Queednow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I want to say two things, and I apologize that 5L, the 18 and the 14 kind of go together. If anybody should bring forward an ordinance about the separation of Eagle River from Anchorage, it should be the Eagle River representatives, not somebody from a different district. If Jamie Allard would bring forward an ordinance saying that downtown we need to reduce the police presence there, that would not be well received either, because that's not really something she should be bringing forward. That should be something Mr. Constant should bring forward, because that's his district. So in that regards, the ordinance should come from Ms. Kennedy and Allard, as this one is not from Mr. Constant. And then in regards to, I apologize, I didn't catch the name of the lady on the phone. From the Birchwood Community Council, I would ask a question if, and she might speak to that when the other ordinance comes up, if she is criticizing the fact that, not to her knowledge, Ms. Kennedy and Ms. Allard have talked to the council, then I would ask this, hope she will ask the same question. Has Mr. Constant gone to all the councils in that area and spoken with them that he was bringing that ordinance forward? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Veronica Lambertson from Southside Anchorage. Just a few observations I've heard is that it's a short notice, 8 days. And my voice of concern is because I think a lot of communities are going to start looking into this option and leaving the municipalities direct governance. And I was one of the people. I wanted to move out of Anchorage as fast as I could when all the mandates came, and I was looking for property in Palmer and Wassail area. I'll be a grandma soon, and who knows, that could still be in the cards for me. Because it really does affect and a change, and it's a direct change. And I am not quite hearing enough that the community itself is actually doing this part. If you're going to move forward, I'd highly encourage that when it goes to a vote, the locals know what the cost is going to be. And if they have the funds, if it's them who wants to move forward. And I've heard this from friends and people, so plus testimony tonight. So just restating that it is a concern. And it's hard that it seems to be the municipalities' go-ahead is to project a concept before funds are collected to do a job. I had to change my whole way of thinking and business according to putting the funds in my pocket first and then doing the job. Then I don't pay 3 or 4 times or 5 times for something that really is going to benefit my better interest and not put 3 times that revenue in someone else's pocket. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. In response to 2022-18, I'm not quite there on the yes yet. You need to give me a little more. My concern, looking at the S version, page 2, line 7, first word, research, study. Why can't it just be a straight up and down proposition vote? Why do we need to waste time on a research study? What is that even? What are we going to be researching and studying? How many people come to the ballot out of the total number of constituents? Frankly, I think we should expand this. It shouldn't be a research study. It should be an actual straight up and down vote. Let's get down to the street level. Does this street want to become the chop zone of Anchorage? Would this street like to separate out? Would you like to form your own local government here? So I'd like to say that all 6 districts should have it on the ballot. Do you want to separate? So West Anchorage, do you like the municipality government? South Anchorage, do you like the municipality government? Midtown, do you like the municipality government? I'd say every citizen should be able to vote on it. And as well, if we would just want to straight out, like just give it up, say, we don't want to follow your rules and regulations, we're not going to pay your taxes, leave us alone. Through the chair, Burke, through the chair, Gates. Question for you. Same page, line 19, says section 3, the deadline contained in Anchorage Municipal Code 28.20.015A is hereby waived for this ordinance. I would like to ask respectfully, does the body have the right to waive it legally? So last year, in case anyone doesn't remember what they did, was they actually, what did they do? They called for a revote on it. Reconsideration vote. Because they didn't waive this one last year. And it was to avoid public hearings that they're required to have by law. And probably this one is to avoid some time frame issue where we're over the time frame. But this is not just with reference to Eagle River's issue here. It's with reference to all the bonds because I see it on every one. I just didn't have enough time to mention it until now. So respectfully, I would really like to know if legally this council has the right to waive that. Respectfully, through the chair, Burke, through the chair, Gates. That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
The S version has been moved for approval by Ms. Kennedy and seconded by Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually am pretty excited about being able to speak to the potential of putting this question formatted in this way, in this fashion, on the ballot. But the first thing I want to say is just in regard to what we have changed in this S version, and that is to remove the word study. And one of the reasons for that, obviously we're leaving the word research for potential detachment. And one of the reasons I think was stated or explained pretty well by Ms. Wemhoff when she mentioned that, what does a study cost, who's going to do it, and all that. And I wanted to get away from anything that referenced potentially a cost to this particular ordinance and this advisory proposition. Research can be done by anybody. I can research, and I'd be free. But anyway, and there's already been some research done that's not paid for by taxpayer dollars. So anyway, I just wanted to get away from anything that would kind of allude to any kind of thought that there might be a cost to this. And of course, you see that in the very first line. There's no financial requirements or effect. I think that's really important for people to understand. I keep telling people that I've talked to at community councils that I don't want to scare anybody and I don't want to make any promises to anybody. So this should be as straightforward as we could possibly get in just basically taking the temperature of the community, checking the pulse of the community, if you will. This isn't about promising anything. It's not about agreeing or disagreeing about any of the pros and cons of the potential detachment. It is strictly a public opinion poll of how to get the real feel of the community of this question that has been hanging around my community for decades. And just trying to find out whether or not there really is a majority of people that want to detach, or there's a majority of people that do not want to attach. Because believe me, people in my community have strong feelings on both sides, and I understand that. So this isn't about, like I said, trying to support detachment or defeat detachment. This is about just taking the pulse of the community and asking people if they want information that could give them enough to make that decision at some point if that were to happen. I don't believe that a lot of people in my community are ready to make such a black and white yes or no answer to the question of detachment. Because even though I have people, even some from the Birchwood Community Council, that told me recently that they are philosophically in support of the Chugach-Eagle River community being able to self-govern, they did not feel comfortable in being able to understand whether or not that was a wise decision. And so information was really necessary for people in order for them to make that informed decision. And I don't believe we're ready for that yet. That is a premature question. But the question of whether to research the potential to give people that information if they want it, so that somewhere down the road that question might be legitimately asked of the voters of my district, then we could do that. So this, like I said, is just meant to not promise anybody any money, not look for funding, not take any stand on whether there's some pros or cons, whatever, to this question, but just truly have this wide-ranging potential of a public opinion poll so that we can see really what the members of my community feel about this whole concept. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any other questions about this, but I absolutely hope you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Next is Mr. Perez-Verdia, then Mr. Weddleton, and then Ms. Allard. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I have two questions for the sponsors. The first is really around the timing and the level of support for this. And I guess I'd just like them to speak to, this feels like it's coming last minute. And I'm just curious, based on some of the public testimony, if the sponsors feel like that they have done the work to ensure that their community supports putting this on the ballot. So that's the first question, is timing and level of support. And then the second question is really about what Ms. Kennedy was just speaking to, and it's this idea of of what question you're really asking, because it feels a little bit like a false question. You said in your statement that you're really trying to figure out whether people want or don't want to separate. But that's not the question you're asking. You're asking the question is, do you want or not want to research it? But ultimately, that's what you're trying to understand, is whether people want to separate or not. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it almost feels like a trick question, because you're asking people whether they want to research something in an effort to figure out whether they ultimately do want it or not. And so I don't know if it's a fair question to ask, as opposed to just saying, this isn't the decision, but generally right now, are you in favor of this or not? And so that's really what you're looking for in terms of the poll that you're wanting to take, but the question isn't really asking that. And so it does feel like a little bit of a strange way to take that pulse. So first question is around support and timing. Second question is around, is this the right question for you to be asking to get the information you're hoping for? Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla, for the question, because believe me, this is something that I have wrestled with for months, and so have other members of the community, in terms of how do we really understand how our community feels about this whole detachment idea. And I will tell you that timing-wise, I think it's a great time, because a lot of things are kind of coming to a head, if you will. We've had other times in the community where this has been the forefront of people's thoughts, and has been definitely the community conversation at the local coffee shops. So timing-wise, we've kind of been trying to figure out how to ask this question for decades. So I don't think that there's really anything about particularly putting it on the ballot right now as an advisory vote. I think it absolutely is a way of kind of getting to an answer, so to speak. And just taking advantage of probably the best public survey we could ever take. Then the other question about are we really answering the right question? That also we have wrestled with as well, because like I said, the idea of just asking a straight up, do you want to detach or do you not? People have so many opinions about that. Some will tell you no right off the bat. Others will say yes, absolutely. And others will say, well, maybe I don't have enough information. And that's the group that I think deserves a little bit of attention in this conversation, because they do want more information. And most of them have an opinion. They'll lean one way or the other. But there are so many people that just will not be able to answer that straight up question of yes, we detach, or no, we detach, because they just don't have the information. So this really was a way of saying, okay, if you had the information, would that help you make a decision? So this is just a real general kind of a precursor kind of a question. It doesn't answer the ultimate question of when we could get to the point where, yeah, this is going to be the real question, and the voters of District 2 are going to make that decision, yes or no. But this is enough of a preliminary to basically help people who are wanting to do the research, regardless of how that is done, whether somebody does it just for free or somebody contracts with private funds somebody to look into that, or we just decide that, you know what, there's just not enough interest. And that to me is a way of kind of settling the question. If we have enough people that just overwhelmingly want to research the potential of detaching, then I imagine something will happen with that. But if we have an overwhelming number that says, no, we don't want to do this we don't want to be on our own, we're going to stick with the municipality of Anchorage, then I want to know that too. And I think that helps our whole community stop kind of bickering a little bit over the concept. So anyway, and my point in all of putting this on the ballot is people are either going to vote yes for this, or they're going to vote no, or they're not going to vote at all. But I think it still gives us some information that could be valuable, at least somewhere down the road, and maybe it starts more of a conversation, maybe it puts the whole question to rest forever, or at least another 10 years maybe. So I hope that answers your question, but believe me, this is to a certain extent, it's complicated. I'm trying to simplify it enough, though, that people don't feel like they have to say, yes, I want to detach tomorrow, or no, I'll never want to detach. But it just basically opens the door for people to have an opinion about this and potentially, like I said, put a bit of the argument to rest one way or the other. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Thank you,
Madam Chair. Just one follow-up statement,
Sure.
and then I'll end. I appreciate the desire to want to know where people stand on this issue, and I realize it's been an issue that's been on people's minds for a long time. I have to say that I think this is not the way to do it. I think that conducting a survey of some kind and having an organization that we pay or go out and actually do some research on this is really the most effective way to do it. I don't think using this process to determine this is the right way to do it, and I think that this question creates a lot of confusion as to what you mean by research it and what is that really telling us, whether people agree to research or not agree to research. I think it's very confusing. So because of those things, I want to still listen to the rest of the body speak to this, but I would be concerned about moving this forward, mainly because I don't think it's the right process for it, not that I don't agree with your desire to gather this information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. I guess a lot of the points have been brought up, but one that surprises me is why only pull people out in Chugach River, Birchwood, and potentially Jay-Bear. It would be a decision that would have to be the whole city, I would think, if it's just so one area can say we want out and that's it. Yeah, it's interesting. Because I'd be interested in what the rest of Anchorage said. If we're doing it and everybody gets the same ballot, and it's like getting shortchanged on information here. So I don't know. I guess that was my broadest point here. I'm torn by this. It would be interesting to know. I don't know what we do with the information, though. So, and hopefully we put it to bed for more than 10 years were we to do this. So 10 years goes fast. No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. And actually, I know Ms. Allard had wanted to respond on the last one. And so, Ms. Allard, do you want to respond first to Mr. Weddleton's question?
I could just respond generally. I think it will hit both Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Bottom line is our community has come forward, and I know our community. Ms. Kennedy knows our community. We are out and about all the time, whether we're in our community councils, whether we're in our coffee shops. We get phone calls endlessly about this issue. And I would say that this is something that definitely needs to be addressed. This is not a cost to anybody to put this on the ballot. This is simply asking a very, very simple question. Would you like to further look at this? That's it. If they say yes, the community majority, we can move forward and we can reevaluate that and say, oh, okay, Ms. Kennedy, they do want to move forward with something. What is our next step? That's all this is. There's no reason to make this more complicated than it actually is on black and white. So yes, we know our community. Yes, this is a simple thing. We don't need to make it all complicated. It's a very simple question. And I would ask you to support this, along with the amendment I'm about to introduce, is because if this was your district and any of the body wanted to do something in their district that would majorly impact it, I would support you. I would absolutely say, you know what? If they want to poll their people and their community, see what best works for them, why not? So I would ask you to please support us on this. And with saying that, I would like to move my amendment number 1 to add J-Bear, Madam Chair, to this S version, please.
Second.
And I could speak on that as well.
So an amendment has been moved by Ms. Allard. Allard amendment number 1, and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. The reason I added J-Bear to this, and I know I have Ms. Kennedy's support on this, we talked about it before it came down, and Mr. Gates just forgot to add her name, no problem. But the reason I decided to add J-Bear on this, or have wanted them on there, is because J-Bear has over 12,000 individuals that are part of Chugach Eagle River. They are absolutely in our community. Not only was the results from the census of the redistricting for the state had included J-Bear, Elmendorf, Richardson as part of Eagle River, it's super important that we don't disenfranchise those individuals who live on J-Bear. So unless the reapportionment committee has already made a determination that they're going to take J-Bear away from Eagle River, period, then we need to make sure that these individuals are counted, are not disenfranchised, and are included in this process of being able to vote whether they want to move forward to see if there's anything that they would like to do as a study. So whether the community raises money to do a study or there's some other way that we get the funds to do it, everybody who falls under District 2 today needs to be involved in this. So I would hope that you would all approve this amendment and vote yes for it, because we need to be inclusive. And there is no way that I would look at John Weddleton's district and say, you know what, sure, South Anchorage can do it, but we're going to leave Hillside out. I would never do that. So I want to make sure that we include every single voter in our district to move this forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. So we had started, Mr. Weddleton, with responses to your questions, and I'll leave you in the queue to come back for any follow-up, and we've moved on to an amendment. And so I'll go through the queue, and this could get a little bit confusing, so if you want to take yourself out, that's fine, but I'll ask if you want to speak to the amendment, or if you want to stay in, that's fine, and we'll come back to you. Mr. Rivera on the amendment? Okay. Mr. Constant on the amendment?
Sure, my comments work for either case. I don't support the amendment, first. My previous comment was going to be that it's not a reasonable construct to suggest that if a detachment were to occur, it would follow the district boundaries of District 2. Because the district boundaries of District 2 were created in a balancing act to create apportioned districts across the municipality. They don't actually have anything to do with the natural areas where people are living or how they're organized. It's just we had to have an additional couple thousand or 10,000 people to make equal districts in the municipality. So the construct that District 2 would become Eagle River doesn't make any sense, because East Anchorage is, in fact, East Anchorage, not South Eagle River. With that said, I think that I have a difference of opinion where people live and work who serve on J-Bear than the member from Eagle River, and for that reason, I do not support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And you wanted to stay in the queue for the main motion? No? Okay. Mr. Gates, you were in the queue before. Did you want to speak to something related to the amendment or clarify something?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was going to speak more generally before the amendment was proposed. Just very quickly, though, when Mr. Weddleton was suggesting that it should be an area-wide vote, I just wanted to share, in researching for this project, it appears that a detachment is only voted on by the area that's going to be detached in our state statutes and regulations from the local boundary commission. So very interestingly, I thought area-wide made sense, but if eventually for an actual detachment vote, the vote's only in the area to be detached. I mean, if it were the boundaries that are proposed in this advisory vote by Ms. Kennedy and Mrs. Allard, then the eventual detachment vote would just be that area, not the rest of the municipality. So that's just, I think, one thing to consider when you're deciding if this advisory vote should be area-wide or just the area that's in the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Quinn Davidson is in the queue for the main motion. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can easily support this particular amendment because, J-Bear is a part of Chugach Eagle River community, not only because of the residents that live there, but because a lot of their children go to our schools. And, to me, it doesn't harm anything to poll the people of the J-Bear community as well on this question, because to some extent they may or may not have skin in the game, so to speak. But either way, it really doesn't hurt to add this and just to ask them to participate in this poll, in this advisory vote. JBER typically participates in elections at about the 7 or 8%. It's fairly low in terms of voter participation, but either way, we would welcome their opinion. So this particular amendment doesn't actually hurt or help, to a certain extent, our argument about wanting to poll everyone, but we would certainly welcome their opinion if they wanted to share with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Okay, so the other members who are in the queue now are in the queue for the main motion. Are there any other members who wanted to get in the queue for the amendment? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Allard Amendment Number 1.
Ms. Allard?
I urge a yes vote. Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson? No.
The amendment fails 4-7. We are now back to the main motion. Mr. Weddleton, I'll go back to you. Were your questions answered? Okay, I'll take you out of the queue. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just going to be making some general comments that I think are going to apply to both this ordinance and the next one. So I've been really racking my brain over these particular two ordinances and really trying to get myself to a yes vote. But as it stands right now, I'm likely going to be voting no on both this ordinance and the next one. From my perspective, I just don't see how these questions are ready to go to the ballot. And I'm not sure that either ordinance is asking the right question or having the right conversation. I appreciate that parts of our community want to have this conversation, and they're ready for it. And I want to be specific here when I say parts of our community. I absolutely know that Eagle River wants to have this conversation. I also have heard from many folks in Anchorage and South that want to have this conversation as well. But I just am not convinced at the moment that either of these ordinances is necessarily the right way to start this process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of my comments, I think, have been shared. Mr. Perez-Verdia, to me, hit the nail on the head with the questions about research. To me, research is, peer-reviewed, real research. It's not Facebook stuff. And I'm not sure what you can do for free that helps you really learn what you need to take a next step. I just don't understand what voters would be expecting. So I have an issue with that, and I'm torn because I would rather be able to support the item brought forward by the members from the district most impacted. That said, I will say that, members of my district got up and said that something really important to them should go on the bond right now, and the Eagle River members voted against it. So I think that, it's not always true that we listen to what people in the district want and follow that. That said, I do think it's important. I do think it would impact Eagle River the most. And so I would like to follow my colleagues in Eagle River's lead, but I don't think the question makes sense. And I also think it's not fair that we don't ask all residents. Ms. Kennedy said that it doesn't hurt to ask JBER. Well, why would it hurt to ask the rest of the residents of this city? So if I support one of these, it will be Mr. Constant for that reason, because I think it actually asks a specific question and it includes everyone in the municipality. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, and I appreciate what Austin just said. I really do, and I think one of the differences of bond and this particular question is that there's no money involved. But going on with doing that, the problem is I just wanted to include the rest of our district, and we got a no vote. It was voted down. Now I'm looking at saying, okay, we know our district. We're asking the questions because we already have a group of individuals that aren't just on Facebook. They've literally already spent over $70,000 on an analysis to see what they can do and move forward. They're ready. This particular individual group is like, we want to bring it to the public now. We want to be able to have a public discussion and a forum. We want to make sure that we're going in the right direction and that the community supports this. So to say that you guys don't understand the question, well, we do, and that's really what matters. It's a poll. It's free. It's not a big deal. They're going to mark yes or no. But again, we're making something bigger than it needs to be. And this is part of the reason why Eagle River wants to go. Because we're sitting here as a representative saying the community wants to know either or, so let's bring it to them and allow them to decide. And I would urge you to support us on this. It's very simple, just a yes vote to see what the community wants to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I have a kind of a pointed question for Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates, you briefly asserted that only Eagle River gets to vote on the question of detachment, which creates a picture that it's only up to Eagle River. So my question for you is, last year, the municipality approved approximately $60 million of bonded indebtedness to repair schools in Eagle River. So the full faith and credit of all of the taxpayers of the municipality is now on the table for just a handful of buildings for 20 years, not even counting the broad and deep, generous investments that have been made over the many years as residents of this city and taxpayers. So, is it simple enough to just say only the voters of Eagle River get to say it's our choice, or are there other complicating factors?
Thanks, Mr. Constant. What I was referring to is only one of the requirements in order to effectuate a detachment to form a separate local government. There's a couple other steps, of course, involved, and one is approval of the local boundary commission. I believe that's one of the things that they look at. And with this advisory question being advisory only, I did not research as far down the rabbit hole as you were asking in reference to bonds and how that would be apportioned in the existing debt and so forth. But I do believe that there would be some sort of equitable division of what exists in terms of bond debt between the detached government that was formerly part of the municipality. I can't really speak with much expertise on exactly how that would work, but this question doesn't dig into that. It just says, should we research it? And that's, I think, something we'd find out more. I'm sorry, there was also the local boundary commission needs to approve a detachment, and I believe the Alaska legislature, but they actually have 45 days to take some action, but if they don't act, then it's approved. And I'll actually say that with shaky confidence because there's some case law on it about the legislature's approval that I would want to look into more. But what I have researched is sufficient to formulate this advisory question, to research it some more.
Just to put a finer point on it, with the reality that the municipality, the voters and the taxpayers have put massive cash investments that are ongoing into that area, it's fair to say then that all of the taxpayers of the municipality have a stake in the question, isn't it?
Well, I'm not going to judge whether that's fair to say or not. Like I said, I really don't know enough about it all. But I think you could say the same thing. Eagle River taxpayers have, pledged their full faith and credit, along with the rest of the whole municipality and all of our bonds. So, I guess that could go both ways, especially the area-wide public safety bonds and things like that.
I absolutely agree with that.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, the question of self-determination and local control, I believe, is tantamount. And for some reasons that have already been stated, for reasons already stated by other members concerning the framing of the question, I'm a little bit mixed on it. However, one question I do have for the sponsors is, if it doesn't cost anything, why does it need to go before a vote? Why not just go ahead and do the research now, or start with a resolution and maybe take that to community councils and seek more resolutions? So if the sponsors would say a little bit more just about why not just go ahead and do it now. I don't think that a vote is necessarily needed. Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I answer to that, please? This is Ms. Allard, and then Ms. Kennedy if she wants after.
Is that okay with you, Ms. Kennedy? I think, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it's really super simple that the community councils speak for a very small majority. We all know that. There's not hundreds of people involved in our community councils. I have an overwhelming support of individuals who want us just to investigate it. And actually, if you listen to Mr. Constant's questions to Mr. Gates, that's exactly why we want to poll the individuals to ask them, do you want to do further research? This is exactly why we want to do it. Mr. Constant absolutely proved my point by asking Mr. Gates those questions, and this is what we want to ask our community. So we want to make sure that the community is on board so we can further study this. Simple. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Ms. Kennedy?
Well, thank you. I just have to echo what Ms. Allard said, because this is the best way to get the most participation that we could think of. I was just looking at the return results, the voting election results from my district last week, and I was incredibly impressed by how we continue to be pretty much super voters in our community. So really the easiest way to reach the most amount of people would be through a mail-in ballot. And I mean, even Eklutna had a 48% participation rate of their voters in the last election. And, you know, so that's like just a huge number that we can't otherwise really have access to. So that really is why we thought this was a great way to reach as many people as possible, because everybody's got an opinion. Everybody wants to say yes or no. So we would just like to hear what that answer is. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. So I would like us to vote soon, and the last two people in the queue are the sponsors. So I'll go to Ms. Kennedy and Ms. Allard, and then I'm hoping we can vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. You know, really, we do hope that you will support us just to allow us to do this. I think there will still be an interpretation, even with the results of what it means, because if somebody votes yes, I think I know what that means. If somebody votes no, I don't necessarily know what that means. But I think it's still important for us to have some kind of guidance. And so, like I said, we can kind of put the question to bed. But I will also make a comment that, you know, we did talk about the idea of polling all of the municipality. And the point is, from the municipality's perspective, it would strictly be an opinion of whether they thought that was great. So if somebody voted yes in the municipality, does that mean, yeah, we really support the Eagle River people in their self-determination rights, so I'd love to see them be able to detach? Or does that mean, good riddance, Eagle River, we're glad to be rid of you, and we're glad we don't have to support you financially, and you know, if that's the question. So the more we started thinking about what kind of information that would actually give us, it became kind of not helpful. And so I know people will have an opinion about it, but that won't necessarily be fleshed out in this kind of advisory group or advisory vote for the rest of the municipality. And I think they will have the same questions as the rest of us do, which we are trying to get at, a place where we can kind of research the potential of detachment. Bonded indebtedness, I think Mr. Gates handled that very well, because that has been our question too. It comes down to like what Mr. Dyson always said, it becomes the great divorce, and you have to figure out how you split the sheets. And the only way to do that is going to be a long process of deciding how much Anchorage has invested in Chugach Eagle River and how much Chugach Eagle River has invested in Anchorage. Because I know we voted to support schools like the rebuild of Diamond High School, we built a new South High, we did a rebuild at Clark Middle School, we did Golden View, we helped to build Begich Middle School. So we have just as much investment in Anchorage, I think, as Anchorage has in us, and it would absolutely come down to a bigger conversation that would probably take a little bit of time to try to figure out who owns and who owes what. And I just don't really want to get into the weeds of all of that because that's just not that's not the question we're asking right now. So again, we would just love to have your support. I think no matter what information we get, it would be interesting, and I think it would be very revealing. So thank you. Urge your support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
I'm fine, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-18.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The motion fails 4-7. We now have before us item 5K, ordinance number AO 2022-14, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage an advisory ballot proposition on the question of whether the area of Eagle River and Chugach should detach from the municipality of Anchorage and form a separate local government. Public
Move to
testimony.
postpone indefinitely.
Sorry, what was that, Ms. Allard?
I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Madam Chair, just a point of information.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson. What is your question?
Don't we have to take public testimony first before any motion's made?
We just passed AO 2021-117 earlier this evening, which was effective immediately. So under that ordinance, it is possible to postpone an item indefinitely before a public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
So there is a motion on the floor to postpone AO 2022-14 indefinitely, made by Ms. Allard, seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So we just had a pretty
Madam Chair, can I not
conversation.
speak on my motion first?
And I have the floor. It's too late.
Actually,
Madam Chair, you handed me the floor. I have the floor.
Ms. Allard, we'll go back to you. I apologize. You did make the motion, and there was some discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Constant, finish, and then we'll go back to you, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. We just had a very interesting conversation, and before the meeting, I had an opportunity to speak with one of the sponsors and suggested that I think more time is in order in the conversation to have this question before us, that there were painful and awful accusations made against good public servants that something happened behind the scenes to collude to get my item before the body. But that is not, in fact, what happened. And I'm really grateful to the 7th floor attorney who did help me draft this project. But at this time, I'm going to speak in favor of the motion to postpone indefinitely for the purpose of building a better base of support for this conversation, because I think it's a fair approach to take.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Now I will go back to the mover of the motion, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any idea what Mr. Constant is referencing, but what I will say is if the majority of the body doesn't like what Ms. Kennedy and I have brought forward in our previous AO, then I would just hope that they would not bring this one as it's coming from a member from outside of our district trying to speak on behalf of our district. So I just urge you guys to say, yes, we'll postpone indefinitely and we can move on and hit our next agenda item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually have a legal question. This is a historic moment. The members from Eagle River are the first to ever use this new power that we just passed today to postpone an item indefinitely before public hearing. So I wanted to ask a question to the legal team about the power of the veto. Now, I don't know if the mayor intends to veto the ordinance we passed or not, but how does that work exactly? So if we pass the ordinance and then we use its powers tonight, and then the mayor perhaps vetoes it, tomorrow or whenever, does that obviate the action we take tonight, or does that, do we have this brief window where the members from Eagle River Chugiak can use this power?
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Who would like to go first?
Well, this is a very interesting question, Mr. Dunbar, and I don't know if I can answer with a lot of certainty or clarity, but my instinct is that ordinance, I know by its express terms, it's effective upon passage and approval, and that has happened. And until something different occurs, then I would say it's effective and the actions taken under its authority are effective. If there's a motion to be considered before we adjourn, or one in writing in the next 24 hours, which our code allows for, that would suspend the effect of the ordinance, but not until that reconsideration action happens. And I think the same for the veto power as well. Until the mayor actually exercises it, I think that for all intents and purposes, we can conduct ourselves in the act as if it's effective and not suspended. But once the veto is exercised in writing, it suspends the effect until that veto is overridden. So I guess I don't have a lot of concern that this would be invalidated by a subsequent reconsideration or veto action. So, and that's just off the cuff, my opinion, so I would invite any other viewpoints from Mr. Burke.
Mr. Dunbar, any follow-up? Oh, sorry, Mr.
Burke. That's a satisfactory answer to me, unless Mr. Burke wants to add to it, but...
No, that's satisfactory to me as well.
And I'll say that I agree with Mr. Gates' analysis. I hope the mayor doesn't veto the ordinance we passed dealing with the powers of the chair and other powers with Robert's rules earlier this meeting. But regardless, I appreciate that the members from Eagle River Chugiak are using this power, and I support their motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just want to say that I'm not going to hide my disappointment over the vote of the last ordinance, but I do think that the problem with this particular ordinance is it really doesn't address the question, and it becomes too much of a convoluted question to really be valuable to the Chugiak Eagle River District. So I am glad to hear that there's still some interest in trying to figure out how to better ask the question if there's a possibility to do that. So I'm very interested in working toward that effort. But again, this one doesn't really serve the purpose that I think my community was looking for, and so I'm happy to support the motion to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in a weird way, this motion is in support of my comment on the prior ordinance, so I'll be voting yes. But I also want to be very clear that I do not agree with the rationale that was stated by the maker of the motion, and I will be voting yes for the just based on the comment that I made in the prior ordinance. In the end, I do think that this is a question that the entire municipality needs to get a hold of and all residents should eventually vote on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. It's so interesting. Perspective is everything in this business. The question that I proposed was an advisory ballot proposition on the question of whether the area of Eagle River Chugiak should detach from the municipality of Anchorage. Simple, yes or no. The question that members of Eagle River asked was an advisory ballot proposition on whether the area should research the potential to detach from the municipality of Anchorage and establish a separate local governing unit. To me, one of those questions is a simple question, even though a complex basis for that question. And for that, I'll just say, please support this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Well, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I agree with Mr. Constant that I think that this question is pretty straightforward and pretty simple, and I like that about it. I would be comfortable supporting this item, but it sounds like that's not the will of the body. So anyway, I liked the question as phrased. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely AO 2022-14.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
No.
The motion to postpone passes 10-1. Sorry, the motion to postpone indefinitely AO 2022-14 passes 10-1. Next, we have item 5M, ordinance number AO 2022-20, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter regarding filling vacancies on the Assembly and in the office of the mayor. Assembly members Weddleton and Kennedy. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Irene Queednow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I have said it here several times. When Mayor Berkowitz stepped down and Ms. Quinn-Davidson was appointed as mayor, there should have been a special election in January because it was more than 90 days until the next election, and you denied us that. So if this ordinance clarifies the language so that you can't wiggle out of a special election, then I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, District 3. I don't respect members of the council that have private conversations during open public meetings. Through the chair, Mr. Trombley, if you'd like to grab the right side of this barrier after the meeting, I'll grab the left and we can carry it out to the dumpster together. Let's see, vacancies. November 22nd, 2020, I stood right here at this microphone. I held up my American flag neck gaiter that I was forced to wear that day, and I screamed at this body, "This is a vacancy," and I held it open. Do you remember that? I also took Barbara Jones and AQD into Superior Court to sue them over the vacancy being too long and against charter. Do you remember that? Superior Court Judge Henderson threw me off the case for no standing, yet she gives standing to Planned Parenthoods that don't have any standing. Again, vacancies were very clearly defined by charter. There's a certain number of days they're allowed. During that time, you're allowed to appoint. After that time, you're required to have a special election or put it on the ballot at the next regular election. It was very clear. You snubbed your nose at the charter. Yeah, keep your head down through the chair Dunbar. Keep your eyes up at the ceiling through the chair Constant. At least through the chair Rivera and through the chair Weddleton are looking at me. At least they got the stones to look people in the eyes. I'd like this to be amended. If there's a vacancy, you have to have an election the next day. Has to be in person. Everyone has to vote in person. Because that's what the constituents want. Through the chair, just like you said earlier, Ms. LaFrance, a representative form of government, local form of government, specific to the needs of the constituents of that area. That's why when you pulled that runaround with Felix and AQD, it really ticked off the people. And through the chair to the mayor, I want Berkowitz off the honor roll of mayors. His ass does not deserve to be on that wall.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone until the 25th.
Second.
A motion to postpone to the meeting of the January 25th has been made by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you. You know, this is an important question here. Obviously, we've dealt with it a lot over the last year, and just clarifying in the charter so it's crystal clear what would be done. But there are a number of ways to do it. And I think Mr. Constant has brought up some ways that in some parts it could be done in code, and that's important. In conversations with Ms. Kennedy in the last couple of days, there's some other ways to deal with some things. You know, really, the challenging part is the last year of a mayor, what do you do? And you can pick a date. The way it's presented now is at 120 days, and that, you know, if someone resigned effective 121 days before, you'd have two elections on top of each other. If you made it 180, you would avoid that. I mean, where do you draw the line? There's not really a perfect answer. So we're looking, I think we're kind of looking at different ways to address that, to make it simpler and cheaper to get, you know, certainty with the goals of minimizing the time you'd have an acting mayor. So just a little more time to work on that. I think we've got a variety of good ideas that have gelled, you know, over the last couple of weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the mover of this motion. I was also involved in a lot of discussion around this previously with Mr. Gates and the previous municipal attorney, and have a sense of the complexity around this. And I guess my question is there an intention to do a work session before the 25th, or is there any possible way that we can have a time to dig into this more? I found that in my 3-4 hours of conversation with the attorneys, there was a lot of work to really understand this in terms of how it will roll out and the options there and that sort of thing. So I'm curious if there's an opportunity for us as a body to have some time to dig into this more so that we can make an informed decision on the 25th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Mr. Weddleton, did you want?
Well, you know, it's not an unreasonable request. There's not a lot of time. I don't think it would be Friday. I think it'd probably be something that would be Monday at the earliest to really if that's possible.
Yes, with 48 hours notice requirement needed, Monday would be the likely day.
Yeah, I think it would be unfair not to have a work session, so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weddleton. We can go ahead then and set a work session if the motion to postpone passes. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-20 to the meeting of January 25th.
Ms. Allard? Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone to the meeting of January 25th passes 11-0. This item will be back before us next Tuesday, and I will work with the clerk's office to schedule a work session for Monday, the 24th. That brings us to audience participation. We do not have anyone on the phone list for audience participation, so we will go to in person. And I want to remind members of the public who wish to speak that you may speak on a topic not already addressed as part of the agenda. And please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. Assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. So please come forward if you wish to participate. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Oh, we're good friends at this point, Chair LaFrance. Niall Sherwood Williams, District 3. I'll be running to unseat the Cameron Resverdia that's been squatting in We the People's chair for quite some time now. Through the chair, I'd like to ask if you stand in agreement with staff member Carissa Sleppi's opinion as to my audience participation request for the last regular assembly meeting. And my topic was, and I quote, the United States Constitution. I was rejected for that item being non-jurisdictional to the assembly. So I'd like to ask through the chair, Councilmember Weddleton, did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America? Through the chair, Member Allard, did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America? Through the chair, Member Peterson, did you take an oath? Thank you, Member Allard. Did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America? Through the chair, Felix Rivera, did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America? Through the chair, Member Crystal Kennedy, did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America? She nodded yes. Through the chair, Member Suzanne LaFrance, did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America? She nodded yes. Through the chair, Member Christopher Constant, did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America? He holds his head in disgust. Through the chair, Meg Zalatel, did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America? Through the chair, Member Forrest Dunbar, did you take an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America?
Yes, I did. I also did as a member of the Armed Services. I also swore an oath to uphold the state constitution, the charter, and the laws and codes of this municipality. And I think that's what we do here, and I think what you are doing is shameful. I think that you are attacking people in a way that is totally inappropriate. But thank you for asking
Mr.
the question.
Dunbar.
Yeah.
Mr. Dunbar.
Can you please pause my time?
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Well, it seemed like another member had some comments to make, so I'd like to let the body, fight it out, and then can you please add like 6 or 7 seconds back?
I'll give you an extra few seconds, and I'll start the clock again, and I just ask members to refrain from interacting with members of the public during public testimony. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Madam Chair, actually, I called a point of order.
What is your point of order, Ms. Allard? And I understand Mr. Constant also called a point of order, which I have addressed. What is your point of order, Ms. Allard?
I want it on record that Mr. Dunbar absolutely attacked a member of the community and that he needs to stop being so argumentative with them.
Point of order,
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chair, when you're done.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Allard. Again, I have asked members of the body to please refrain from asking questions in any manner of members of the public while they are testifying. Thank you.
What's your ruling?
Another point of order.
Yeah, thank you. If a member is going to be asking that we record inappropriate interactions between members of the body and members of the public from the dais, that the last 3 meetings, the member who has made that point of order has done exactly the same thing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Constant. I'm going to stop this here now. This is audience participation. We're going to get back to listening to members of the public. Mr. Williams, I'll let you go for a few seconds and then I'll restart your clock. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So, to continue my line of questioning, through the chair, Member Austin Quinn Davidson, did you swear an oath to uphold the United States Constitution? Through the chair, Member Cameron Perez Verdilla, did you take an oath to uphold the United States Constitution? I believe all those should have been signed in ink, and they should have been recorded visually too. So yeah, I've been trying to go to through the chair. The clerk that serves at your pleasure, her doors are locked. So through the chair, I've been trying to go to her office now for over 2 weeks. Through the chair to the mayor, because that's who I go to if I have an issue with records, is the mayor's office. You're my grievance. You're my ability to redress that. So I'd like to, if you have time, 1 minute after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. Would you turn on the mic, please? Thank you.
Eric Lambertson, Weddleton, and LaFrance. Well, that was pretty indicative, Mr. Constant, of your arrogance and constipation, or consternation, excuse me. Both will be applicable. Wasn't it you that said to Allard, or to Allard's amendment, oh, I don't want to give her that much power? Boy, that was quite a statement off the cuff and on a hot mic. That needs to be said. You're a real, you make a real good hissy fit when it comes time. Good for you. Kind of is the way you do things, isn't it?
Madam Chair, point of order.
So
Madam Chair,
I would
point of
also
order.
say that it
Madam
is
Chair,
pretty
point of order.
indicative.
Okay, sir, you need to stop. A point of order has been called. You need to stop. Mr. Constant,
It's the
what is your
gentleman's
point
right.
of order?
It's the gentleman's right to make his comments, but I want the record to reflect that he just made a very homophobic gesture across the dais at me.
I doubt that is the case at all.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
There's no evidence of that.
Okay, we're not going to have any back and forth here, but the record will reflect your comment. Go ahead, please, with
The
your
record will
testimony.
reflect my comment that that was not meant as a homophobic gesture at all. Good for you, Mr. Constant, for bringing up a stupid reflection. Go for it. I don't
Sir,
like how
please.
you attack people of your own.
Go ahead, please refrain from insulting people.
I don't like the way he accuses people inappropriately. I don't like what he says on hot mics. I think that he is really having a real problem, hissy fit as it is. But that's indicative of this assembly. And
And please refrain from making personal comments or personal attacks. Go ahead and continue.
I'm defending myself against an assemblyman who has accused me of something that's pretty despicable. And you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. We can go on like this forever. Yeah, until you're gone, Mr. Constant.
Okay.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Constant. Okay, seeing no other members of the public in the queue.
Madam Chair,
to
I'm
speak.
actually in queue to ask him a question, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard. A clarifying question, please.
Yeah, Mr. Lambertson, I can't tell, but is he still at the podium, Madam Chair?
I'm here.
He is here.
Thank you. Mr. Lambertson, can you please clarify with the accusation that Mr. Constant made on record to explain what you meant?
You're talking about the hot mic issue regarding his saying that he didn't want to give you that much power? Is that the issue?
No, I'm talking about he accused you of making a slur, and I'm asking you to clarify what you meant by your comment.
I was more interested in speaking to the issue of how he had disrespected you and others on the assembly, and has done this on a regular basis.
Okay.
And so that was the issue at hand.
Thank you.
And I
Sir?
had raised my hand. I'm speaking to
I'm
this.
speaking to you. Thank you for your testimony. We are not going to do this back and forth anymore.
And if they
Thank you
don't
for your
agree with your
participation.
agenda, you cut everybody off, including
Ms.
myself
Allard?
and the mayor. And now you're doing it to the public
We
as
are
well.
not going to have this back and forth. This is audience participation. If
That's
you would like
because
to
you're
have further
100%
follow-up
wrong, and you don't
with a
even
member
let
of the
them
public,
participate.
you may.
cut them off. You're a disgrace.
Okay, please. Your time was up. You need to stop. You need to stop, or I will have your... And you have stated that on the record. This is a warning. If you do not stop, security will escort you out. You need to stop. Are there any other members of the public who wish to participate? Seeing no one else, we will move on to assembly comments. We will start with Mr. Weddleton. So the mics are rebooting. This could be a sign. Yeah, does yours work? Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Mine works, yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Do you have any comments?
No, I don't think I have any comment other than I appreciate everyone's time tonight, and I hope you have a safe night, and looking forward to the meetings coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for running a good meeting and attempting to keep folks in line, members and the public. I'm sitting from home, so I had the benefit, or should I say disadvantage, of being able to quickly rewind the video and seeing what the member of the public did to Mr. Constant, and I'm sorry to Mr. Constant. I saw it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comments this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick comment. I am from home. Unfortunately, even in being scrupulous, COVID finally hit our family. And just want to say to everyone out there that just because it's not being talked about at assembly meetings, that myself as a member, and I know other members, we're closely monitoring the situation. We're getting your emails and hearing your concern about public health and safety. And I'm hoping we'll be able to talk with the administration sooner rather than later, if not at the next health policy meeting, about how to get high-quality masks into our community, as well as ensure that we have robust testing. We're seeing the economic disruptions of this variant. Hopefully we're on the downward side, but I don't think we're out of the woods yet. So I just want to say to everyone, be well. I hear your emails, I hear your frustrations, and those who are vulnerable and unable to either avail themselves of the vaccine or it's just not something that works for them. We've got to find a way forward that doesn't exclude any members of our community. With that, good night.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So many things to say. Tonight, I wore a rainbow fist on my lapel, which is a sign of the fact that I am gay and I'm a fighter. And when a member of the public steps before me in a public forum and waves a limp wrist at me, I am here to stand for every LGBT person who's ever been bullied or beaten up or abused or thrown out of their home by people of very suspect morality.
Sir, you need to refrain from shouting. You have been warned. Security, please escort this gentleman out.
I am not going to bow down in the face of homophobia or personal attacks of that nature. And QAnon is a lie.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy? Mr. Williams, please refrain from shouting. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think sometimes it's too dangerous to make comments, so I'm going to forego that. Anything you can say anything you say can and will be used against you. So no comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, the only thing that I have to say is I'm just looking forward to our future meetings and hoping that we can return to the idea of arguing ideas and not personalities and individuals, and just being more respectful to each other. So we can just pretend that at our next meeting on January 25th, that it's a new year and a new start. That would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson, any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comment this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard?
Yeah, I just wanted to wish everybody a happy week, and if you're sick, I hope everybody feels better, and if you're not, stay healthy and stay safe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
No comments, but Felix fixed the mic. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. That brings us to adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned.